Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, July the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me. Excellent. Well, let's see what's happening this morning. So probably a lot of eyes were on Netflix after hours yesterday. So even though they increased by about 10 million subscribers, stock, I don't want to say tanked, but it was down 10% at one point right here. And this is after hours, and now it's, slow recovery now. Nobody thinks, no, Netflix ain't going out of business. We know that. But interesting reaction to all the news, to their guidance. I think it was more about guidance. Anyway, tech has not been hit though. So far, tech is up a little bit this morning. Yeah, I saw when did the C-suite start to becoming a thing? I keep hearing C-suite all over the place now. Maybe I've just not recognized it. But anyway, the C-suite has changed in Netflix. So what else is happening this morning? So, I can't wait for the day where I don't have to keep saying this. But anyway, MDGS is a virus play. This was up this morning. I'm going to just take a look at some of the quick virus plays that I've got listed. There's MDGS, APDN. This is pulled back quite a bit though. I mean, this was as high as 1772. That's almost a $4 pullback pre-market for APDN. FRSX, another one that is pulled back from the highs. Not too bad, only about 20 cents. Again, all these are virus plays. PHAS, another virus play. It'll have after hours action all the way up to $6, just about. And the last one, this is kind of a continuation, ATOS. Again, another one that is pulling back, 519, back down to 440. Had a big day yesterday. Actually, 2 days ago, closed. Not a bad day yesterday. Anyway, you just can't know until the market opens what these things are going to do. They just put out a press release saying we've got something to do with the virus, and that's all it needs. Get traders interested for a while anyway. But what else is happening? So space is it still up? SPCE. Yeah, great gap, guys. I mean, we're talking about this one yesterday. I mean, it's breaking free of all this. And it has a chance to really start to, do some damage in this territory here. RMBL is up on some kind of now it's fading quite a bit though. Man, look at this. Look at these things, how they fade. 27.76 now down to 18.86. I mean, it's still up 75%. Some kind of a deal they got with Car Guru. There's the 200-day moving average. So it's fast approaching it. This is an interesting one, only in that it is way above the financing price. So VRNA, a UK company, has gapped up, $200 million raised, $39 million at $4.50. Look at the price, $9. So, obviously investors are looking at traders are looking at this and saying, okay, we don't mind why you've raised the money, even though it's at, $4.50. So anyway, this is you don't often say, this is basically double the financing price. So BNED and HMHC kind of tied together. Now there's BNED coming right into the 200-day moving average. Another nice gap up for BNED. Good volume, low float. But it is coming right into that 200-day moving average. And it's some kind of a link with this one that was a huge one yesterday. The H did pull back quite a bit. Got as high as 285, closed at 234. So it actually at one point, well, you can see right there, it's at 283, so it's almost at yesterday's high. This still has room, guys. If it can take out 3 with any sort of oomph, as I like to say, then it has a chance to really start filling in this area. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert right here around 313 for HMHC and see if it takes it out. NIO was gapping down. Let's see, is it still gapping down? Yeah, well, a little bit of pop for NIO. I don't see any specific news for it. I mean, I do see, well, okay. Goldman Sachs downgrades NIO to sell, announces a $7 price target. Thank you, Goldman. Yeah, it's a pretty Goldman talk. Some listen, but look at this. Yeah, Goldman Sachs downgrades NIO to sell, announces a $7 price target. Downgrades it from neutral to sell. HTBX, let's see, is it still holding its gains pre-market? Sort of, kind of a continuation play from yesterday. Another continuation play, MVIS. That's definitely holding its own pre-market. Now this one really had gapped up. Let me see if it's holding. Okay, yeah, so a pullback, big gap up for this. This is something to do with Huntington's. So it's not a virus play. Now look at this. Wow, what a move. Just just as I'm talking about it, look at that move. Look at the volume that just came in. Are you guys buying it just because I mentioned it? I mean, no, seriously. I mean, that was, look at this. CYTK. That's gap down. Now this is typical reaction to a financing. 7.3 million shares at $24 a share. So you can see this is a little bit under the financing price, whereas the other one I was talking about, the VRNA, was basically double. Let me just see if that is still hanging in up there. Yeah, it's still hanging in there up there at the 450. It is. It's not shortable for me. I mean, you'd think this is going to start to slide down. Maybe not right to the 450, but slide down a little bit. BE will not die. So they actually had some news. SoCalGas now powering 2 LA facilities with Blue Energy always on microgrid. So there's a little bit of news for BE. Wow. What a move. Look at the volume, though. I mean, it's the volume that came in. I mean, it already had good volume before, but I mean, look at the volume that's come in. And again, guys, you're wondering why something like this can happen. Look at the float, 2.5 million in the float. When I say something like this, how can a stock go up, 70%? Well, it's because of the low float. And I mean, I guess I don't know if they have specific news today for them. So they did file. Just trying to see if they have any specific news. Insider buying, rally ahead of expected readout from Huntington's study. So maybe the study is out. I don't know. I can't see. I see 0.72 asset management holds a 7.2% passive stake in the company. Also, just out of interest, guys, we've been talking about these SPACs quite a bit. Well, here's one that is. These guys were supposed to be doing a deal with Gateway Casinos, the casino operation in Canada. They have a bunch of casinos across our country, but the deal is off. So when we see these SPACs and they talk about how they're going to merge with this company and all, they don't know, not necessarily 100% of the time is it going to go through. Now, maybe this is posturing. I don't know. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, the analyst took the night off last night. You know what? I do have SINT on the list as SINT. I do have it on the list. I don't know why I don't have it. Let me get to these upgrades and downgrades first. Not very many of each. Well, there you have it for the upgrades. And here's the big downgrade for NIO from Goldman. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And yeah, I did have SINT on the list. SINT, S-I-N-T. Let's see what it's doing. Again, it's just doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. I mean, it had a tremendous move at the end of the day. Kept its gains and added a little bit more in the after hours yesterday. If you're not familiar with our charting, the mauve area right there is after hours. The tan area is pre-market. So, I mean, it got as high as 257 and it drops all the way down to 203. Fairly low float. It is a financing too. I don't know if that just got announced. That just got announced, that's why. That just got announced. I just see this now. Not very many. Big, like 3 million, is that right? $3 million. Why bother? 1.5 million share offering at $2 a share. Well, at least they did it before the market opened. They didn't wait for the market to open, trap people. So at least you got to give them that. Meanwhile, MVIS is just a mini rip. Wow, not mini rip mode. That's a great move. Look at the volume coming in. MVIS. Now, CK Witt, is that a symbol or are you laughing at my comment? I thought so. I was just kind of pulling your leg a little bit. It's a float. I mean, MVIS does not have is not a low float. 140 million in the float. That's a very, very impressive move. 25% with that sort of a float for a $3 stock now. Probably coming into some resistance right around this area. Let's expand that monthly chart just a little bit to see what else could happen if it can take out, right there around 307. Next high looking left on that monthly chart is 326. So there is some choppiness ahead. Perhaps. I know a lot of you are following this LRN at the magic 50 mark. Well, it was anyway, just popped into 50. Tremendous run, of course. If it's true that well, I don't know in Canada, to be honest with you. I'm not sure what's happening with our schools, but certainly in the States, If there's going to be a lot of still homeschooling, then of course LRN taking advantage of that. Okay, just kind of checking some other. Yeah, Microvision still challenging that 3 level. I just think there's probably a lot of resistance right around that area. Yeah, I don't know exactly this deal they've got going with Car Gurus. There's that 200-day moving average, so it just got 1869, so 1859 it got to. There's the 200-day moving average, so it is held it so far, yes. So it's chosen for the car. So I don't even know what, I'm not sure what they do. E-commerce platform, okay, so it's been chosen by Car Gurus, CARG. If I type it in correctly, CARG. So this is not doing anything right now. Yeah, Grumpy, I've been saying that. I don't quite get it. Unless, I mean, they're raising it for testing, etc. They're whatever. I don't know what drug they've got. I don't know if it's a virus play or not. But I guess investors. I hate using that term. Traders / investors then are okay with the money they're raising for the purpose of raising it. For a drug trial. I don't think they're, I don't know if they're a virus play or not. Yeah, I can't tell if it's a virus play or not. I don't know what they do. Well, I guess if I maybe check the profile. Respiratory diseases, okay. I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, on the surface it doesn't look like it, but who knows? Yeah, this is what the only thing, yeah, you're right. I mean, this is a UK stock. Yeah. Yeah, RVP. I have got this on my radar. It's up again, not very much volume. I don't have it listed as one, but I mean, it's definitely on the radar. I mean, it takes out, I don't know, takes out 1050. Why not? Takes out the high of yesterday. I mean, this has just been on a fabulous run. There, guys. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, just click on from the toolbar, click on New Channel Bar, and then Barry's watch list right there. You'll get these 3 windows plus a couple of charts. But remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you click on my watch list or anything else in the channel bar, your layout will be replaced. It's fine. Just make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. Nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. I put a time delay on any alerts happening here until at least 9:45. Okay, I'm just looking at some of the flyers. You see, a lot of them are just giving it up. I'm looking at ATOS. I'm looking at HMHC. Some of the ones that had really popped up in the pre-market really starting to fade now. MVIS, as anticipated, a bit of a struggle to try to get through 3. Looking at this resistance area right around here. And let me see what else. How's that CYTK doing? This is the typical, again, the typical reaction to a financing. You know, underneath the financing, $24. So that's at $23.54. SPY is putting a little bit of a pre-market surge here, guys. A little bit of a pre-market surge. Yeah, what a day! Yeah, yesterday I didn't really see audio codes. Yesterday, good volume. Continuation. Yeah, I mean you're right. I mean, who knows? I mean, it might get up to 40, but certainly 39 is an area that might stall it, and no volume yet for it. All right, one moment, please. All right, just give me a moment here. What time is it? 9:27. Give me about a minute. Less than a minute. Okay, well, okay, guys. So remember, I was just saying that I have a tough time saying this one. HMHC was fading, and all of a sudden, look at this. Look at this. It just popped up, and look at the volume that just came into it. So, I mean, guys, I mean, this has a chance. I mean, this could still start to fill in. I mean, we've got resistance around 6. So let's see if this holds once this market opens. Out of nowhere, the volume came in. So I guess they're putting themselves up for sale. Is that the idea? And I know they've got something to do with BNED. I thought anyway. Now, less than a minute. Yeah, good luck, everybody. We've been just a great week of trading. Always finding things to trade when you have trade ideas. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Look at the volume that came in, though, guys. I mean, that's the big deal. I mean, look at the volume that came in for HMH. I'm going to just call it Mifflin. And as somewhat predicted, yeah, this digital ally just can't hold its gains so far anyway. I mean, it's only down 28 cents. All right, guys, market's going to open now. Let me get rid of these two. And as always, I will keep this on the simulator. I'll go over this a little bit later. Well, JBack, the only reason they're not working pre-market is you have to properties and you have to check show pre-market. It's probably, yeah, that's probably the reason. You have to check show pre-market. You want to see post-market, check those. So right click properties, and so on Monday you'll have them. That's the only reason. All right, Mifflin, HMHC is holding. HMHC is holding. See if it takes out that high right there. And as usual, I usually sit out the first 15 minutes. But they try to look at this one. There's a SPAC, guys, that is just flying here. No pun intended. Flying Eagle acquisition. I saw this one yesterday. Well, when I did my after hours stuff, I saw this move. So it's just a little bit above the high of yesterday. And that is FEAC. I don't know what they're looking to acquire. But again, one of those SPACs. Good volume already. We don't even have a float on it. Yeah, I see. What a move for Tesla. This little move. Okay, let's let it settle down a little bit and see if it can get back over 3. I mean, look, it's still got a lot of room. Oops, VCNX did not hold, so we're up at 970. Almost got through 10, but not quite. All that volume, a lot of volume that came in also. Super low float, 2.5 million in the float. Coeur d'Alene, it used to be Coeur Mining, excuse me, CDE, that's a silver play. LRN is not 50 yet. CDE, some volume coming in, it's not a low float. I waited on this one yesterday. There's that 200-day moving average. Remember this one yesterday? So again, can it take out that 200-day move? It's not that far away from it. Not very much volume yet. A lot of resistance probably around the 5, a little over 5 level. Okay, a little pullback so far for HMHC. Now there's Eric. I don't talk about Eric very much. This is an earnings play. The reason I don't, usually it doesn't have that much of a range. But, you know, I have to admit, I mean, there's 2 million shares coming in, but it is a huge float. It is an earnings play. I think they are certainly benefiting a little bit from this Huawei controversy around the world. So Eric is definitely benefiting from that, I believe anyway. I think I read that a little while ago. Plus, it's an earnings play today. Okay, guys, MVIS challenging the 3 level again. There's another earnings play, not doing too much. Ally Financial, ALLY. Yeah, I guess that's, I mean, obviously the news is this news powering 2 LA facilities with its technology. Well, down goes VCNX. Boy, that was short-lived. Let's see how big a pullback this is going to be for VCNX. I didn't really see. I know they're going to have a presentation coming up, but that's not the reason. I think some insider buying and all that. That's kind of sparked the interest. I mean, it's a lot of interest if it's just insider buying. I wish this one were shortable, VRNA, for me anyway. It just seems to me that it should start to fade a little bit anyway to that financing price, but it is not shortable for me. Have I missed it? RVP. Yeah, right at it, almost. Hasn't taken it out quite. By the way, Larissa, you're posting an off topic. All right, well, big fade now. Okay, there's HTBX, a continuation play from yesterday. Had a huge day yesterday. It did pull back a lot from the highs, but it's right above yesterday's high now, or right at yesterday's high approximately. Now it's taking it out. But it got up to about 260 and it pulled all the way down, back down to $1.97. Calm on the move. Ooh, this has got some room here if it takes out that high right there. 879, that's not that far away. Look at that. Look at the move it could make if it takes out that little high right there. The daily chart, 879. Great volume so far. It's a big float. Now again, guys, I don't typically take anything before in the first 15 minutes. I'd like to see things settle down a little bit. I mean, this might just zoom. You know, if it takes this out, it might just keep going, but well, look at HTBX, guys, on the move. Look at this. I mean, it's 258 was yesterday's high. Look at the volume coming in. Not a low float. Yeah, what do you think about that Goldman downgrade for NIO? Just slamming them. No, guys, there's COMM. I agree. I mean, that's you know, they were pretty adamant about that downgrade. All right, guys. Well, I've done something again I don't often do, but I am in the NIO short 1182. If it gets anywhere close to 12, I'm out, and I can always get back in. I don't often do this, but one of the reasons is that it's not down 10% yet, and later on, if it does really take a collapse, it might be hard to get it, but we'll see. Again, I'm not gonna mess around. Okay, just watching. And why I'm saying this is that if you don't know what I'm talking about, if stock is down 10%, it's harder to get the short because of the uptick rule. So I thought it was worth the risk based on that downgrade from Goldman. All right, MVIS, let's see. Yeah, it is now. It's right at that level, guys, that I was watching. MVIS right here. This is the, you can just sort of see all the choppiness on that monthly chart. Maybe take a look at the weekly chart to see what we have. And if you look left, the next high looking left is 325 for MVIS. That corresponds to that spike right there. This may not matter. I mean, this is a tremendous move for a 140 million in the float. Look at the volume that's coming in though, 10 million shares. Look at, all right, well, I did cover some of the NIO. Get my levels in here. So the short 1182, nothing unbelievable yet, but again, I'm always a little bit wary of 1165 of taking a trade this early. So 1165 for the cover. Now, wow, MVIS. I mean, this is just what the heck did they do? All right, let's see if we can get into the low 50s for NIO. You can almost throw out some of these technical indicators for NIO based on that downgrade by Goldman. Almost. All right, look at that bottoming tail for BNAD. Has come right back up. All right, keep going. What a nice. See See if I can get down now through that 50-cent mark. Yeah, LRN's trying a little bit of a surge through 50. Oh. All right, guys. From now on, I take trades in the first 15. Kidding, of course. Yeah, it's amazing, Scott, isn't it? I mean, how much information you can get from it from these bigger time frames, the weekly. I mean, I'm with you though. I mean, maybe up until I don't know a couple of years ago, I didn't pay that much attention to the weekly or the monthly, to be honest. But I was mainly well, I mean, on the daily. But I'd be doing this. You see, I'd be doing this, scrolling back, and why do that? Just have them up. Having to scroll back and waste all that time. Guys, this is turning into a nice little trade. This is absolutely one instance in which reading the news helped as far as NIO is concerned. And paying attention to, I mean, Goldman, I mean, love him or hate him, they carry some weight, obviously. I don't have that. Is it underneath LTRPB? LTR. Yeah, I don't have it because it's underneath 20,000, so I don't have the halt. Look at you. You should change your name to Mr. Fib. I noticed that you've been putting some fib levels. Don, I don't know why. I'll give you a link. I don't know why you can't enter the room, but there is a link for the room for you're talking about this room here. I don't know why you can't. If you can't, I'm going to have to send you to our tech support. Oh man, I wish this were shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It just seems that it has to start fading. Maybe not right to 450, but no, that's a pretty big dip. That's a pretty big dip. But you know what? If it recovers, say over 10, I might get interested. All right, guys, definitely keep an eye on WRTC. This is an all-time high for WRTC. Came into the only issue is the spread, a little bit spready. WRTC came into my watch list, 1429. Meanwhile, DVA, wow, look at this DVAX. There's the alert at 1010. And what sort of room does this have? Well, it has room till maybe the 11 area. I mean, I'm looking at the monthly, a little over 11. I'm not saying it's going to get there, and the volume is pouring in. Meanwhile, APDN is starting to bounce here. Now remember, the pre-market high was way up here at 1772. Way up here. So now look at the volume coming in. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on this WRTC, especially if the spread tightens up a little bit. I mean, it's for me, it was just too spready to take. So I'm going to, where was the alert at? It was at 1429. So I'm going to stick maybe around 1430, see if it regains that later on. Anybody able to short VRNA? Anybody, and if you can, who's your broker? Look at the volume coming in. So this has already traded the float. Float is 4.2 million. It's traded 7.4 million. All right, guys, I have completely covered now my NIO. I'm just watching it as it got down a little bit lower, but I'm out of it. I may reshort it later on. Didn't quite take that 1140 out, so just underneath 1150. So I'm completely out of the NIO now. 1165 and 1149 is where I covered. Now I'm going to watch it to see if it capitulates again. So I'm going to stick an alert 1145, maybe later on in the day. Pulse, right in the, oops. Yeah, a bit of resistance right around that 11 mark, right, Fred? And a little bit up here. It's a little bit choppy. I do kind of see what you're looking at. Not very much, no volume yet. That's the issue, of course, right now. All right, look at Vodafone, VOD. Look at Vodafone. This is a UK stock, isn't it? Yeah, UK stock. So Vodafone, look at the volume coming in. It's a big, huge float of 2.6 billion. But, I mean, if it takes out this right there, 1614, I don't know. Probably doesn't. I just don't see with a 2.6 billion float that it's going to be that dynamic. You know, I'm not saying there are obvious trades in the world, but this seemed to me to be about one of the most obvious shorts. Just no shorts available. VRNA. There's the EVH that Real was talking about. It just popped in here, 969. Remember, I have a filter. It has to make 60 new highs, so that's why it didn't show up earlier. Okay, Fred. Well, I guess the volume picks up. Certainly not a day trade today. Doesn't appear. Now look at LRN, guys. There's a pretty big move down now. Look at DVAX. DVAX. Oh, jeez. Not a low float. 96 million in the float. It's definitely a pretty big bounce for Nile, but this could be a great reshorting opportunity. It's now not down 10%. Just going to watch this, see if it stalls at 12. Yeah, I don't think the Smart Stop works for shorts. No, it's only for longs. I'll be honest with you, tank. There has to be more work done on the Smart Stops. Okay, in my opinion. So. Well, it's just EVH has just taken out the high of that week of 970. What is it? 973. So it's a little bit above. It still has room to this area. Rosetta Stone, somebody mentioned that one earlier, saying they didn't have a position in it, but this is kind of interesting. I mean, it's right at these levels. Doesn't have that much room, in my opinion, though. Maybe to 1760. I mean, I may be completely wrong, but looks like there's pretty decent resistance right around there. It's only about 30 cents away, and it's already had a $1.40 move. So, but I mean, if it powers through that, look out. And that's RST. It looks like it wants to almost power right through that. A lot of volume coming in. It's a fairly low. Well, it's actually a low float. 23 million in the float. See if there's any specific news on it. Well, again, one of these, at home. Now look at this. I mean, it looks like it's going to power right through this. Well, it's right at this level, guys. Resistance, what? Well, maybe not. I mean, it is stalling right there now. ASTC is popping in now. It just is finally, yeah, Astrotech. No, that's got a lot of room. 370 is the high right there. That weekly chart, I believe. And then 420. So this still has some room. Is there any specific news on it? I don't see any specific news on it, ASTC. Well, so much for so far, so much for that resistance for RST. Wow, this is just powering now. I mean, I'm watching now, and the spread is actually tightened up a little bit, only 6 cents now. for RST. Look at our LRN, guys. I mean, I know a lot of you are interested in this one. That's a pretty big drop here. From the high of 50.41 down to 47.86. Yeah, CAPR from Fred in the YouTube feed was talking about this a little earlier. Nice move so far. CAPR, decent volume, 14 million in the float. All right, so EVH now is maybe a little pattern. Maybe a little pattern can start forming here. Little rest. Big area. Look at this. I mean, still has some room, as I said before. If you look at the monthly chart, looks like just a little bit over 11 for DVAX. Could be some resistance. How is RST doing now? All right, Don, you're going to have to go. I don't know how to help you. So if you start I don't know what's going on. It's usually pretty simple. All you have to do is just, you have an email and a password, and then you're in. Let me just see what happens when I... Okay, so Don, you see this and you give it a name and an email and you submit. What happens? Whoa, graph on the way here, guys. This is the one that... GKK, are you in the room? Is GKK in the house? So again, what are you not taken to this, and all you have to do is just put in a name and an email, and that's it, submit, and then you're in? Oh, so you're looking to short EVH now. All right, so the market's putting in a red bar now. Okay, so we had a little bit of, we're modestly up to start the day, but now the market's putting in a red bar. That's actually a green bar ignored. Oh, I see. Okay. DVAX is not shortable at Interactive Brokers, and it has the big red dot. So they're not even going to try to find shorts for you. No, that's at Interactive Brokers. I can't speak for other brokerages, but Zivo, ZVO. It's looking pretty weak. I'm just getting this in the option plays. Is there a maximum amount? In theory, no. But I mean, you're talking about these are what you call scans, the alert windows and all? In theory, no. But I mean, you don't want to have 1,000 of them open. It's got nothing to do. When you say not working, no, there's no max. All right, MVIS. MVIS is had the pullback. There's that pullback. 3-bar pullback on the 5-minute chart. 309 maybe was a trigger. All right, guys, NIO is back now. I'm going to have to make a decision here. It's down, just down 10% now. A little disappointed about this WRTC. Thought maybe it would have more of a hold over 14, but we'll see. I still have this alert set right up here, but it may, actually it looks like a short at this point, WRTC. Somebody was mentioning ICPT. Oh yeah, wow. So this is I can't remember this. Is this truly a gap down? Or did something else happen? I can't remember. Like a dividend or spin off, something like that. And that's a massive gap down from 80 down to 46. I just can't remember. All right, so DVAX had a topping tail there, but so far the buyers are still in control with DVAX, and it looks like it's trying to take out 11. Okay, so here is the pullback, little pullback so far for RST. If it can crack this again, this little resistance area, I'm going to stick an alert at 1764 for RST and see if it bursts through that again and then starts to move further into this void. Yeah, I couldn't get it. I could not get that NIO short. because they're afraid it was down 10%. They just wouldn't fill me where I wanted immediately, and now it's starting to move down. All right, let's see if it takes us out. I might be able to get a short now. ADMA. Well, another one, very choppy looking weekly chart. I mean, it's, you know, it's got a lot to get through here. 342, it's just not a nice looking weekly chart. On the monthly, I guess if it can somehow clear 345, then it does have some room. It's not a low float. Yeah, I mean, the PLSE, this is some from Fred in the YouTube feed. I mean, it's moving, just the volume is so low, but hard to commit. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread for 34,000 shares, the spread is excellent, and now it's through the 200-day moving average. Interesting. And it's really moving now, just on no volume. All right, so now we've got a 3-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart, or 5-minute chart for RST. Let's see if this holds right around here, and then if we get a green candle at 1744, that might get it going again. Well, even with this huge float, it is an earnings play. Eric, E-R-I-C, Eric. It is challenging 11. That's a great move. I mean, I have to say, it's a great percentage move from the base in the pre-market of 1066. Well, I have been trying, but I'm not getting a fill. Ah, they filled me. Well, let's see if this works. Actually, I got to fill 1144. You know what I'm saying? It's because it's down more than 10% now, and it's not just as easy just to get it at the price you want. So I've reshorted at 1144. 50 cents gets me out. I won't be hanging around. Caps. I'm just looking for a big collapse into the third. What did it get down to? I think it got into the 30s before, 36 or so. But I'm not hanging around. If it makes any sort of overture to the 50s, I'm out. So you guys are talking about Nutanix, NTNX. This is firing away in the options scan. Wow, yeah, what a bounce for VRNA. I mean, it's a nice short if you could have got it earlier, but what a bounce now for it. It's up here. We shorted NIO, 1144. I posted it right up here, right there. But I'm just watching to see. Okay, can we get into the 20s? Ooh, this one, look at this one now. This is turning into a short RVP. A little close to that whole number, but NGVC, this is a grocer, isn't it? NGVC, Natural Grocers. Whoa, look at this little move here. However, I'm looking at this weekly chart. I see a little high right there at 1571. I wish that weren't there. On the monthly chart, it's probably going to look, no, it's a little bit higher. I wish that weren't there. It's a low float though, 8.5 million in the float. To 9? I mean, that'd be ambitious, Illuminous. If CAPR could get to 9. I doubt that'll happen today. All right, guys, I've covered some more. I've covered some at 1127 for the NIO. Pretty good RR because remember I was getting out of that at 50 cents, so I was at about a 6-cent risk on that. So from 1144 down to 1127, pretty good. It may halt on the way down. Yeah, I haven't got any halts for Zooms today. Not yet. Well, I'm not sure why you're asking the question. I mean, we don't. I mean, obviously, I've shorted it. Cool the market. I mean, I don't know if it's going down any further, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. I mean, if you're asking, should you short it right now? I can't make a recommendation like that, of course, but so I'm not sure what you're asking exactly. NIO is going down, question mark. Yeah, Alpha Predator, just looking for active stocks, okay? Stocks, I mean, the theory being an alpha stock is a stock that doesn't really care what the market's doing, what the overall market's doing, or its sector is doing, okay? I mean, that's the theory behind it. I mean, I could call any one of these Alpha Predator, okay? They don't really care so much what the market's doing. You know, market's moving down, this is moving higher. But the definition of an alpha stock is that. Somebody asked, well, what the alpha predator in our channel means. Ooh, boy, I mean, what if this takes out 11? So get some support looking like right there, maybe at the low of that candle. If not, wow. We got to pay attention, you know, when you see a Goldman, especially on a short, with a pretty aggressive price target of $7. Like no ifs, ands, or buts. Neo stock dives after Goldman Sachs turns bearish on valuation concerns. Well, I mean, it has to have a pattern for the bounce, not just because it's 11. I mean, it looks like, I mean, look, if it gives up 10.90, if it gives up 11, I mean, then the low looking left on the daily chart looks like that's 10.93. I mean, in theory, I suppose it could hold for a while. I don't know. I wouldn't be too, I mean, this is a very aggressive move down right now. No, they're not about current valuations, but when Goldman, if Goldman had picked another one of them, I'm sure that virtually the same thing might have happened. Yeah, I don't have it open. I mean, red, orange, and green. Green probably means it's up for the day. Red means it's really down for the day, I'm going to assume. Orange somewhere in the middle. I don't have it open, okay? That's in a topless window. Look at LRN. I mean, this is really giving it up. I mean, I think a lot of people were excited when it got over 50. And this is really giving it up, though. Okay, moment of truth. And the SPY, look at the, yeah, big SPY move down too. You know, remember, the market was modestly up this morning before the market opened. Well, pre-market. Even saying that anymore before the market. The market's almost always, well, not always open, but you know what I mean. There's so much activity in the pre-market that it may as well be the real market. Yeah, nothing from the AI. Interesting. We had a day like this, maybe it was the last week. Didn't get anything till about 11 o'clock. I have no idea. I don't make any predictions, cool. Do I think it's going to go up? I have no idea. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I mean, I have no idea. Right now, I'm just, you know, it looks like it's trying to hold 11, but Wow, look at VRNA. I mean, this is a massive pop now for VRNA. Wow. Yeah, that's what I do it for, Richie. I for to have fun with that. Keep putting price alerts. This is an amazing move for VRNA. You don't know why I'm talking about it like this. It's because they've done a financing at 450. It is a UK stock, so maybe I'm not completely understanding this financing, but it appeared to be at $4.50, and it just got halted. 39 million shares, 39 million at 450. They raised 200 million. So it started to do the fade, but my goodness, look at that bounce off 8, and now it's been halted. Very low float, 8.5 million in the float. And this will be, I mean, this still has room. Look at that monthly chart. I mean, a big slide down like that. On the weekly chart, the next high looking left is around 1290. All right, I've covered some more of the NIO just at 1108 in case it cannot, I don't have that much left, just in case it cannot break that whole number. Yeah, it's just, well, for me anyway, it's just not shortable. Okay, well, it got halted at 1067 and it hasn't really budged. It still says 1067, 1067. Guys, keep an eye on RST. It just took out that area. Okay, it's not at the high of the day. So there's that pullback. Sort of lost sight of it. 1739. There it goes. So I don't have that much of the NIO left, but enough that it can, if it can take out that this low right there, look out. I mean, this could be devastating for it. 1093 is the low looking left on that daily chart. So I'm going to stick an alert around 1090. I mean, if it takes that out, there's no hope. Well, I mean, I was just saying, I mean, look at the daily chart, the low, and it's just taking out that low. So, I mean, after that, I mean, who knows? I mean, the next low looking left is 870 for NIO. Yeah, Peter, the only way you can do this is if you don't want to turn off, I mean, you want to turn off all your alerts, your sound alerts. There's a toggle, a sound toggle, okay, right beside the account, in between account and surfing. The only other way you can do it, you have to look at each one of your alert windows, and see which one is the one that's speaking out the name. And you have to look at them all. Right click, properties, actions, and then you'll see. If it says text to voice, that's the one. No other way to do it. And there it goes, guys. I mean, this is it. I mean, below that low. I still have some, not a lot, but I have enough that it keeps, collapsing. I'll be happy. Well, you've got me intrigued with the fibs. Does those of you with IB do they must show the fibs on IB charts? I know we don't, but they must show the fibs on the IB charts, right? I might stick one on my other monitor just to see. Fibonacci's. So VRNA just opened. Fibonacci's, you should look it up if you don't know exactly what they are. Well, VRNA, this could get halted again. Meanwhile, wow, lots of action, guys. Time is 10:32 also. Oh, look at INMB. Look at this action right there for INMB, guys, over yesterday's high now. I mean, I had a huge day 3 days ago, pulled back 2 days ago. Yesterday, rested, now trying to recover even more. Well, again, not a lot of us have shorts for VNRA. Guys, it is now 10:32, and all's well in NIO land. So I mean, what a break now, and that low right there. It's got to be devastating to anybody who was hoping that would hold. All right, guys. Well, it is 10:33, so this is typically when I go into my spiel about trade ideas, etc. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Nice, I like that slipping, Jimmy. If you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So in the scans tab, you have two ways of getting my scans. Scans tab right there, all the scans. They're all named, so hopefully, some of them might make sense to you. I wouldn't mind taking a look at that one. If you also can access them from the room drive, looks like a half open folder. Click on that, scans that I share. When you click on that link, download, it'll go to a Word document. All the scans will be there. If you see one you like, all you have to do is copy the link. All right. Once you've copied the link, then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, if you have copied the link, it'll show up in this box right there. If for some reason it doesn't, just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. Okay, so that's how you can access my scans. You can click on the link here too. And it's right, it'll show up in a tab, and then Control C, copy the link. And then that's another way in which you can do it. File, Load from Cloud. Notice how the link is here, and then you can load it. All right? So that's if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas. All the scans that I'm sharing. All right, so NIO's at a little bit of a bounce now, just at that daily low that we were talking about. Let's see if it holds or continues down. All right, let me talk a little bit about our subscription. You want to join in on all this fun that we have every day, you can take out a subscription. There is a subscription tab right there. I'm going to pop the subscription links into the room also. Oops. Oops, wrong one, sorry. Wow, VRNA, guys. Unreal. There's the RST, guys, too. Really good move here. It's over that resistance I was talking about. This VR. Oops. Okay, guys, I'm having Those of you in the YouTube feed, can you hear me? Because I cannot post anything. Getting an error. You can hear, but you can't see. Is that correct? In the YouTube feed? Well, first of all, can you guys see my screen in this trading room, or have somehow the screen disappeared? Okay, so you can see the screen, right? Okay. Yeah, that's correct. But I'm getting an, see what's happening out of Lycus. I'm getting an error. I cannot post. You guys are able to post, but I can't post. So you can hear me. So you guys can see, you can see my screen. Okay. I'm just having a tough time posting. And I think if I close this down, I don't know if that closes it down for all you guys. Well, anyway, I'll have to keep going. Yeah, well, no, I'm just even trying to. Yeah, I'm just even trying to post like that. See, test, error. Interesting. Well, let me see if I can figure it out later. All I was trying to do is just post the the subscription link and the promo code. All right, so for the rest of you in this room, if you click on my links here, I'm going to go over the subscriptions. So there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha. Wow, look at VRNA. Unbelievable. There's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on the link. Basically, we have 4 plans. There's the premium yearly. Do I have an AI alert yet? Well, we finally have one, okay. Premium yearly and a standard yearly. The premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. I'm just keep getting the VRNA over and over again. This is what you're talking about. This is text to voice. And the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. So the reason you're getting premium is because you want the AI, all right? If you don't care about the AI, then the standard is fine. I'm going to go over what the AI/Holly is all about, but that would be the reason why you want to get the premium service. You can always try us out. Month to month, it's not really a subscription, just month to month. $118 a month, less than 15% for the standard. Premium, $22.28 a month, less than 15%. That 15% discount's only good for the first month. Now you can always upgrade. If you do it within 30 days, we will honor the promo code. Well, guys, I'm trying to race through this because I definitely want to get back into looking at VRNA and other things. But Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus, but this link right there, the Brokerage Plus intro, if you have an interactive broker's account and you do want to use Brokerage Plus to trade, use this module to trade. You can do a lot of fancy things with it. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can use Brokerage Plus to trade. And this is a great video that was done to show you exactly how you can do all of it. My daily video between 1:05 and 1:30 I do every day. 20 short lessons and the training. Let me, I want to pop those links into the room. Oh, VRNA is just, I can see your chat messages, Autolycus. Yeah, I can see them. No, I just can't post. It's like somebody's disabled my my posting privileges. All right, so there's our two links, okay? Great training links. For those of you who are new to trade ideas, click on this, the 20 short lessons, that link right there. If you're new to trade ideas, or even if you don't have trade ideas, this is how, it's pretty simple it goes over all the basic features. Building a top list, what is it? What is an alert window, create an alert window, etc. Okay? Then the other link, the training link, wrong link. Let me just pop this in again. Okay, so that training link right there, and EVH is just, let's see if it takes out 10. That's obviously a key number for EVH to take out. So the training link has that 20 lessons in 20 days. You can, of course, go at your own pace. TI University, a lot of great videos in here. And also, if you are brand new to trading, this is a great video series, okay? Brand new to trading. Back to the basics. And again, when you explode this, you'll see a lot of videos, okay? We also have webinars. They're all free, okay? Mondays to Thursdays at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. All right, I want to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. The AI is very inactive today, but basically this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They get optimized once the market closes. The AI runs through its optimization procedure. So it ran through the optimization procedure last night. And then this morning we were presented with these are the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut typically, meaning, well, not typically, it has the right profit factor and win percentage combination. These are the strategies that made the cut based on the optimization that took place last night. Monday morning, we don't know which strategies will make the cut because, again, it'll look at today's data. If you have the premium service, then you have it because you want the AI. Then all you do is from the toolbar, click on New, and then the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This window will pop up, and there you'll get your alerts as they appear during the day. Obviously, we only have the one alert. Nothing has happened really. There's the entry price, $37, and the stop, it's a short, $37.35. Pretty tight stop for a $37 stock. But basically, you just open this window. You can also have this window incorporated as part of your layout, so you don't have to open it every day. And just wait for the alerts to happen, and you manage them as you see fit. And that's basically what the AI is all about. There's the difference in the YouTube feed in this room. I mean, if you're in this room, this is the room you want to be in. There's more activity with traders. I can post links a lot easier like this. The YouTube feed is fine, I suppose, if you just want to hear me and see the screen. There's not that much interaction among traders. So that's really the difference. I am stunned by this VRNA move. I really am. I thought that was going to be over for it. It would start to fade, fade, fade. Not even close. All right, want to go over Brokerage Plus. As I said before, if you have, if you have Interactive Brokers, that is your trading account. Then watch this video if you want to use Brokerage Plus in order to trade your Interactive Brokers account. All right? And to load Brokerage Plus, you click on New and Brokerage Plus. For everybody else, and especially if you're new to trading, fabulous way to learn how to trade. I've got this connected to our simulator. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. This is paper trading. You can use it as a paper trader. Look at NVGC, mentioned this one, who knows how long ago. What a move. So you can use this if you're new to trading. Before you commit money to the market, practice trading. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broker you have, it's using our real-time data. And all you have to do is you just connect to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. Now, this is only available in the app. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Now here's how you can use it to paper trade. It's very, very simple. You know, you just click on an alert. You notice that the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want. You can pick the price you want to get in at. And if you're shorting, you sell. If you want to go long, you buy. These are hotkeys. So flatten gets you out of a position. Gets you out of half your position, or you can double your position. I wouldn't worry about anything else right now, especially if you're new. So let's do a trade. Let's take EVH just in case it breaks through 10, okay? So we'll take, let's take 300 shares of EVH. The spread is only a penny, so I can go right in at the market. So I just took that trade. Now I can put a stop. Of course, you should always, always, always have a stop in mind before you take a trade, but I'm just going to show you how you can do it. 978, let's say that, I mean, right there, EVH, looks like that's pretty decent support for it. So you're right on the chart. So let's put a stop. I'm going to add the stop. And say 970, put a stop at 970. And you'll notice it's going to appear right on the chart. So there's the stop right on the chart. Here's that line, that red line. So if I allowed this to move down to 970, I would lose $79. If it would take me out for a $79 loss. All right. Now, if the trade starts working well, I can always keep moving this stop up, just like a trailing stop. Start moving it on areas where it looks like there should be some support. And if it broke that support, that's where you should get out. But you can just move it up and down. See, just like that. I can also put in a target if I want. Add a target order. And let's just put a target of, I don't know, 1030. And you'll see it appear on the screen right there. So there's that target, 1030. So if I allowed it to move up to 1030, it would take me out of the trade for a $100 gain. Again, just like the stop, I can move my target up and down. And again, if I want to get up out of the stock right now, I just highlight it and I can flatten it. So, I mean, that's, so I recommend that you guys who are new to trading, practice trading first. I mean, this is everything I've done is part of our standard service. Okay, guys, you know, this is my bad. I should be in RST. You heard me talking about RST. But, you know, that's just the nature of what I do. I should be in this RST, though. I don't see the point of doing it in backtesting, to be honest. Why would you want to do that? I mean, if it just for the day, why wouldn't you just take a look at the chart? I mean, backtesting. I mean, you can put in a single symbol for backtesting, but what's the point of doing it for one day? You know, this market is, look at, what have I got here? Okay, Sun W now. Yeah, Sun W. Okay, guys, keep an eye on Sun W. First of all, the next high looking left on the weekly is about $1.30. Probably a low float. Yeah, fairly low float. Not on the back tester. That won't help, Ari. Okay. Meanwhile, DVAX, Soijing. Can you trade? Oh yeah, you can trade options in IB. You can't trade. We're not an option scanner, but I mean, we do have some option filters. But certainly, IB, you can trade so many different things in IB. Futures. I'm sure forex. Definitely options. All right, guys. Obviously, I'm completely out of the NIO now. That's the one thing I had to keep watching. So, what time is it now? 10:52. All right, so you guys in YouTube, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut this down. I want to see if I can reload just the chat portion. So I do apologize if somehow I kick you guys out. Let me make sure I can do it. All right, that was easy. Okay, okay, guys. So there I am. I'm back to being able to answer questions in the YouTube feed text-wise. So now I can post some of the things that I wanted to post. Yeah. Okay. That was weird. Oh, look at space, guys. SPCE ripping higher. Oh, man, I should be in the RST. Can I chase this? Can I? Yeah. It's funny. I get emails all the time. Why don't I trade more? Why don't I trade more? I see you trading in the room, but I don't see you taking very many trades. Well, one of the reasons is, I mean, I'm obviously doing a few things, explaining trade ideas, answering questions, which is absolutely fine. But, so my focus is just not 100% on trading, but I should be in RST. I mean, I talked about it as the break right there. It pulled back right there. There's a 4-bar pullback. Anyway, but that's one of, it's there's my excuse. I get a little frustrated sometimes, but that's okay. The other aspect of it, though, is because of what I do, moderating, it forces me to keep looking for things all day long, to keep it interesting. Whereas, I would not be doing that. Okay, man, look at Alna. I wish that 200-day moving average wasn't there. Look at Alna, guys. Look at ALNA. Look at the pop. Look at the volume that's coming in. But unfortunately, also look at that 200-day moving average. It's right there. Very, very close, only 14 cents away. But if it somehow can burst right through, I mean, look at the volume today for it. 4.7 million shares. This doesn't trade that much, 20 times normal. It's just unfortunate. I'd be all over this if that 200-day weren't there. Because if you look left, look at the room it's got. It's not I don't know. I believe it certainly trades in Australia. I believe it's an Australian company. Yeah, it's an Australian company, Gene, not a Canadian company. Oh, what do I consider a low float? Anything under 20 million really is but again, that's just me. I mean, I have to explain it like this all the time because those of you who are used to trading, high float stocks like the Facebooks and the Amazons and all that would consider 100 million very low. All right, so it all depends on what you're used to trading. But for me, anything under 20 million, and of course, the lower the better if a stock is in play, because again, to go over the whole concept of shorting, of the float. The float is just the supply of stock. Basically, to get that float number, you take the total number of shares outstanding, and then you start to subtract insider ownership, mutual funds, things like that. Now, for these little ones, I almost guarantee you there are no big funds involved. But anyway, you start subtracting all that, and that's what gives you the float. So when that float is very, very low, like, can somebody give me an example? One that's really low that's moving today. I don't know if we have a float for VRNA. Yeah, okay. I mean, there's one. 8.5 million is very, very low. Okay. And when you get a situation where, for whatever reason, traders want this stock today, well, that's what happens because there's a supply. And there is the demand, the volume. I mean, this is trading 1,300 times normal, okay? Or 130 times normal, sorry. Okay, so RMBL, another one probably, yeah. 1.9 million in the float. I mean, this is why you're not going to get Facebook up 90% ever, okay? I shouldn't say that because tomorrow, but you know what I mean. Not with 2.3 billion shares in the float. I never trade Facebook. I mean, I know there are people that make a living on trading Facebook and Apple and all that, and that's great. If you can do it, that's great. But I'm more interested in the ones that have the possibility, of the 10% moves, the 20% moves, the 90% moves. No, but here's one. I mean, it's on a low float, but it doesn't care. 96 million in the float. DVX is tremendous move. But of course, the reverse can happen. When all of a sudden the drawings, when the buying dries up, and you have a low float stock, and people want to start selling, look out below. That's not going to happen to a Facebook typically. Or stocks with. Okay, just a second, please. I've got some feedback coming in. And, typically what I'm looking for, now it is Friday, so Friday, I don't know how much action we're going to get later on in the day. There's that Sun W. So you look left, and there is the next high looking left, but man, I mean, another low float, 16 million in the float. Look at the day or the week it had back here 3 weeks ago. Got up to 130. One moment, please. So yeah, they don't all have to be low float. So I mean, somebody asked me again, well, would I not take a trade that if it's over 20 million in the float? Of course not. I mean, I guess I double negative, but yes, I will take trades if it's over 20 million in the float. I mean, if the stock is active, super active, I mean, look at the relative volume on DVAX. I mean, I'm not in this one, but as an example. Take a look at this one, Salm, SALM. I mean, another one that's got a lot of room if it can take out that high right there, 165. You can see a couple of days ago, that's where it was. Then when you start looking left on that daily, you've got room to the 260 area. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I don't know where it's going. But, the next high looking left. So if it can take out 165, I mean, the next high looking left is right around the 2 level. Well, let's take a look at NIO. Had a bounce, but not a, well, pretty big bounce, I guess, 1070 to 11, but not huge. It's not like I see buyers are really piling into this one. So I'm going to put, again, an alert down here around 1080. And who knows, maybe I'll short this for the third time today. Well, I don't know how many. I haven't really been able to even follow my watch list, but obviously this one at $10, 1272. I don't know what the rest of them did. 279 hasn't done much. ATOS hasn't done much. ACRX hasn't done much. I think the BNet actually fell a little bit. Hasn't done much. So this is the one I'm a little disappointed in. I really thought this one might have some good rippage. WRTC, and then the Mavis. Yeah, so really the only one, but this was pretty spectacular. If you could have got it right around 10 for the VRNA. Yeah, I don't know, Tintin. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, I don't predict. It could be. Maybe people don't want to hold over the weekend, but I just don't know. And just off topic completely, is that Tintin? Is that the French cartoon, or is it really Tintin? Ah, the French cartoon. Okay, cool. See, how many other trading rooms would even know that exactly? But so I answered that before, Gene. It's an Australian company. I mean, I don't think it's changed overnight. I mean, it says it's based in Australia. In Fitzroy, Australia. Wow. Yeah, what a move here. I mean, this is a virus play, isn't it? Yes, I'm sure it's a virus play. Oh, lucky. I don't use ADX, so I'm not sure. I have no idea. ADX, I haven't, I don't use it. Now I'll take a look to see what we have here. I have no familiarity whatsoever. So this is filter. I mean, you can click on help and figure out maybe what it's looking at. But I honestly don't know. Yeah, you might want to. I just can't help you. If you want to go to the tech support, not within here, of course, but tech support, maybe somebody can help you. I just don't know. No familiarity with the ADX. But there has to be a. How do you filter momentum? Well, right here. I mean, all these are momentum stocks. You use our relative volume. I mean, high relative volume is going to mean high momentum. I mean, anything in here is a high momentum stock. Now, does the momentum continue all day long? Maybe not, but I don't even know how to use ADX, to be honest. So, I mean, I know what it is. I've heard of it. Well, no, but relative volume, option activity. Lots of option activity. I mean, this is what I'm using in the options play right there. I mean, I don't know what more momentum you want. But a combination of relative volume, high relative volume, and the option volume percent, to me that'll give you all you need. You wouldn't have to, in my opinion, you wouldn't have to mess around with any other indicators if that's what you're looking for. So option volume today, as an example, you put 200 or 300 or 400 or some number like that in there. That means that this stock is trading. It will have to trade 4 times. Say you put 400%. Have to be trading 4 times the usual number of contracts. So it's just another way to identify, momentum. Stocks that are in play. Ugh. Well, I hope some of you guys took RST. I really hope some of you guys took RST. Yeah, option activity. If there's a lot of option activity, there has to be a reason for it. We're not trading the options, but it's just zeroing in. Again, it's another way. Also, the count. That's why I have the count of minimum of 60. I mean, you use the count filter. So this means the stock has made 60 new highs. I mean, the number of new highs the stock makes all day long. Relative volume, option activity. I mean, to me, that's all you need. It's called the count filter. The number of new highs. So it's called the count filter. So for instance, here, stocks where the number of alerts today is at least 60. Okay, so it's made at least 60 new highs as an example. Just another way of looking at momentum. And it's called, so just do a search on count. Right click, configure, and count. All right. Or don't. Just a minute. Oh, I know why. I'm sorry, I just had to go down. Of course, right down here. So there's your count filter, okay? I don't think so. It almost doesn't make sense to have it, but let me just see. No. Well, it's up to you, Lucky. It's up to you. I mean, I'm using 60, okay, but it's up to you. There's no. I'm using 60 in here, which means why I'm using 60 in here is because I'm trying to. Obviously, the higher that number means the higher the momentum, and maybe the momentum will continue. Now, it may be late on the alert. You can experiment. I mean, I use 30, after 115 in this window here as an example. There's never any right or wrong. I mean, somebody says, well, what should I use for relative volume? There's no. I mean, obviously, the higher that number, you're going to see stocks that are really trading extraordinary. You may not get that many alerts, and it doesn't absolutely mean that the stock is going to rip, but there it is. I mean, 21 times normal for a Rosetta Stone. But there's no absolute number. Well, this is what you should use. You can experiment, see what sort of alerts you're getting. It's for an alert window, yeah. I mean, think about the AI. That's kind of what the AI does. I mean, the AI, when it runs through the optimization procedure, starts looking at the filters that are in place in any one of the strategies and maybe making changes to the values or adding a filter in and out. Okay? So that's kind of what you're doing, or any person is doing, thinking, well, I've got a count of 60. Maybe that's too much. What happens tomorrow if I reduce it to 40? And just to see what happens. RST, awesome, guys. It's awesome. What can I say? I hope some of you were able to get it. All right, guys, so this FPRX, I see this in the pre-market. I'm not sure it had any big activity. No, it had no activity in the pre-market. Keep an eye on FPRX. Why? Because if it can take out this area right up here around 720, it's about 20 cents away, but look at the monthly chart. Let me make sure I'm right. Yeah, I mean, look at the monthly chart. So the monthly high right there is 725. And 727. So I'm going to stick an alert right up there and see if it takes that out later on today or maybe next week. Because if it does, look left on that monthly chart and look how much room it has. And this is probably, yeah, it's relatively low float, not excessive. 35 million in the float. So, I mean, with our price alerts, it's so simple to do. Yeah. Yeah. Are you talking about like text alerts or SMS? I'm going to say no. I mean, in theory, we're working on it, okay? If that's what you're talking about. I know in theory there's a way to do it, but I don't think they know, the developers know it doesn't work that well as something that they're working on. Fred, nice call early on about the caper. Yes, nice call. CAPR. I'm sorry to hear that, Cool. It sounds like you didn't have stops or anything like that in place when you got into trades. I don't know what your account size is. You don't have to tell us or anything like that, but sorry to hear that. Wow, this NGVC. What's the float? Another, I mean, low float, very low float for a $15 stock. 8.5 million in the float. All right, this is one of these SPACs guys, Flying Eagle. So I think we saw it this morning. FEAC. I mean, yeah, Eric is an earnings play. I mean, for it, a lot of volume, but again, I usually shy away from the 3 billion floats. T holder 81. Well, nice to see you in the room. Big shout out to Fred in the YouTube feed. What was it right at the beginning of the day? Nicely done, Fred. That'll be a kudos today for sure in my video. I try to, I monitor the YouTube feed, but Fred, at the beginning of the day, talked about CAPR above 487. Yes. Yeah, I don't know why Fred, why don't you come into the other room also? Just wondering why. Must be a reason. Sure, I can give you this chart if you want. Here's who asked the question? SF. So here's my 5-minute chart. Well, I remember what I was saying yesterday about this space, how it might be an interesting swing because it had finally broken free of all of this right there. I mean, again, you guys remember, I remember, it seems like years ago now, but we all remember this move. This started in December of last year. This move, it was incredible. From about 7 all the way up to 42. Are you kidding, Gary? But what's that got to do? He could be in this room though, also, or doesn't cost anything. So just give me a moment, please. All right. Well, cool. I mean, our simulator is excellent. I mean, I know I work for Trade Ideas, but I think our simulator is excellent. I mean, it uses our real-time data. It also factors in, I think, a commission. It uses IBs. Not that you don't have to have an IB account or anything like that, Interactive Brokerage account, but it does factor in commissions. I mean, I think it's an excellent simulator, and it's simple, to connect it. Well, I guess everybody's learning another language. RST. My goodness, what a move for RST. Again, once it took out that level right there, 1765, there's a dollar. Yeah, well, there's mRNA, of course, the fingers crossed vaccine. Boy, I mean, the temptation to chase this is so great, but I just won't do it. Well, at some point, let's see. No, it's funny. He's not even. Oh, it is shortable. Sorry. At some point, it'll turn into maybe an interesting short. Maybe. I mean, maybe this is going to finally be the stalling area for RST around 19, right in this area here. Look at that daily chart. Look at the weekly chart. Looks like there's some resistance here. This is William. You know, the volume, I mean, it's not, I mean, it's extraordinary relative volume, but I mean, it's only 670,000 shares. So it's not like it is extraordinary absolute volume. It just doesn't trade that much usually. This is 22 times normal. Yeah, and cool. I mean, I sense, you know, because you started in March. I mean, that's obviously right around pandemic. So I think I completely understand what's going on with you. Guys, OPTN. Okay, so the 200-day moving average is 662. That's far enough away. Keep an eye on OPTN. Good volume, low float. One moment, please. I do have to make a change to my headset. Just a second, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if you guys can hear that. No PTN, guys. Well, you probably know what I'm doing. How's this FEAC? Yeah, so now all you have to do is duplicate them if you want different time frames. Okay, you just have to duplicate the chart, right click, duplicate, and then you can change the time frames. Okay, great. So Lucky, your question earlier about, how to find momentum and all. I mean, this window right there. I mean, I don't know what more you would want as far as momentum trades or plays during the day. I mean, does it mean they're all going to be rocket ships and go higher? Of course not. But they all have momentum. I mean, momentum is we just want to have activity, right? We don't want to be stuck in something that doesn't trade very much. I'd actually be interested to know if anybody in the room uses ADX to their advantage. If they can, I mean, I'm not against using the other indicators, but I'm just wondering, is there anybody using it to their advantage for intraday trading? Well, everything is here, Lucky. Everything is here. Okay? Just click on the scans tab. It's not a top list. These are alert windows. Okay? Everything is here. And it's named, the basic new highs and the basic new highs repeating. So everything is there. Or in the room drive icon. Scans that I share, download. Okay? Well, I understand that. But I'm asking anybody in the room who, wow, look at RST. I didn't chase it. So much for that 19 being a hindrance. What a day, guys. I mean, what a day. What a window. I agree, Autolycus. Price and volume for me. But as somebody was saying, ADX might be better longer term, not so much intraday trading. I don't know what Lexia is. What is? Educate me on what Lexia is regarding Rosetta Stone. Yeah, funny man. I'm sorry, somebody asked me about ARC earlier. Yeah, I agree, Shantha. I mean, I'm not a huge proponent of a lot of different indicators, as you can see on my on my charts. But as I always say, I would never tell anybody not to use anything. If you can use something and you can use it to your advantage, go for it. All right, why don't you paste your alert here, okay? I'm not sure why they're not working. Why don't you just paste your alert in here, okay? So I can take a look at it, or your window, okay? Give me the cloud link. I'll take a look at it, okay? How do you open the My Liked window? Well, you can do it from the toolbar, new channel bar, and My Liked is here. My Liked, where are you? I know you're here somewhere. Stocks I like, okay? You can do it from there, but it is a symbol list, and typically the way I don't really use it, to be honest, anymore. It has a use, I suppose, but you can attach it then to a top list window or an alert window. Just like any other symbol list. So once you have the window, once you have it, you can build your own alert window or your top list window, and then symbol list, and then attach it if you want, and that's how you can monitor it. It should be here. Where are you? There you are, My Liked. Well, it is here. You just saw it, okay? And then you just attach it to the window, or you can go to the channel and take a look at it. I have a few years behind me in terms of trading. All right, let's take a look at this. What time is it? 11:40, okay. It's only one window, right? It's not a layout. I just want to make sure it's not a layout, right? Oh, it's a symbol list too. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, but it's not gonna work then. I'm not gonna be able to tell anything. Yeah, now you're making me do a lot of work. All right. No, I know. No, I bet it's not the pasting. Okay, just for you, I'm going to do this. Oh no, I must have had you before too. Okay. Okay, so I just got one for CKPT as an example. Well, it's going to show me yeah, it's going to show me the last one, yes. So I'll monitor it to see. I mean, you've got a lot of alerts in here. I typically, I mean, it's up to you. The alert occurred no more than 390 minutes after the open. Okay. So, okay, so you've got a cutoff. All right. Well, see if I get any. No, there isn't a way to share the list. No. Your list is unique to your account. There's no way to share the lists. So I see what you mean, because you probably have more than you were doing it in alphabetical order. But all I can do is take a, see if I get an alert. You have enough. So a doji, a hammer, a bullish engulfing, bottoming tail, green bar reversal. I mean, these are fairly specific. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a new high and a new low. I'm going to add those alerts just for fun, okay? Because I just got that one. It's possible you're just not getting, those are not triggering. I mean, I just got BCLI as an example, as a new high. Those other ones are fairly specific stock patterns. Yeah, well, it's very possible. But look, I put in a new high. Well, there's one right there, the 15-minute one. So I think it's just, I don't think there's anything wrong. I think it's just a matter of, the alerts that you're using are pretty specific patterns. And it just, in the symbol list you've got, they're just not occurring. Well, that's EH's scan. It's not really. I don't know why I'm not saying it's not a good scan, but it's got a symbol list in it. I mean, why? I'm not sure why you would want it necessarily. If you want, I mean, it's the link is up above. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Oh, 11:47 already. Okay, so who's on today? Okay, so listen, guys. Anybody who is interested in, if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use Brokerage Plus with your Interactive Brokers account to actually trade using this feature here, you can go to the YouTube feed. Michael Noss will be there. He's definitely our expert in all that. And he'll be there at noon. I'll give you the link for the YouTube feed if you're interested. You notice I don't answer too many questions about auto trading anymore or anything like that. So, but I'll give you the YouTube feed and take advantage of the fact that Michael will be there between 12 and 1. All right, B from Banff, right on. Nice place. Ah. Look at that, my gosh. I mean, there's that pullback. If I'd seen that, there's their classic 3-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. 1144 would have been a trigger. You see, real, I'm actually starting to pay attention a little bit more to those. Meanwhile, BCLI, what is this one doing? Wow, what a move. I mean, I don't know whether there's any resistance. I have to probably go back. And who cares? I'm going back to 2011. So there's no resistance for this one, really. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Well, there are at Interactive Brokers, not that I'm looking to short it. How many? 59,000, not a lot, but there are shorts available at IB. A little landmark or milestone. My wife is actually going into her office for only the second time since March the 10th today. So now I can yell a lot louder. No hazmat, no, just, we've been, to get completely and utterly off topic, we've been very, very, very fortunate here in British Columbia. Very fortunate. So, I mean, we do take our precautions, I have no problem wearing masks when I go into like a Safeway or, one of the food stores, or I have no problem doing that. All right, guys. Let's see what is happening. So Michael will be taking over in about 2 minutes. So I'm just going to get my notice in the room. So I shall return around 1:30. I'm just waiting for Michael to take over in the YouTube feed. Exactly. Thank you, the Dreamer. So if you've got any B plus, Brokerage Plus, you want to trade your account. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your account, connecting right there, Interactive Brokers, please, go over to the YouTube feed. I've posted the link a couple of times, I think. All right. Take advantage of the fact that Michael is there. Now, did Rosetta Stone finally stall a bit? Yes, it finally stalled a bit. Okay. My sardines. I haven't had sardines in a long time, Mike. All right, guys, I'm going to take my break. Michael is streaming. He won't be live until noon, though, in the YouTube feed, okay? But I am going to take my break right now, and I'll be back, of course, in this room here at 12:30.
Look back to when midnights broke their sleep, awaken our memories of when we would make believe. Collide, colors of the masquerade. Watch as they fall away, faceless under faces made. And weeks went by but felt like hours. Spring would lie in summer showers. In my hair were winter flowers. And weeks went by but felt like hours. Seasons multiplying power that I found in winter flowers. Turn back, I see rivers beyond the light, ancient roads in broken design, angels running through our minds. Look up, your city's built on marble floors, neon lights in the falling snow.
Hello everyone, how's it going? Let me just unmute myself and make sure I can hear myself speak. Let me know if there's any problems with the sound, or once I do this, the visuals. Okay, I just heard myself there on the stream, just a second or two delayed, and that's fine. So I think I'm all set up. Jeez, Mike C, we gotta hire you as just like a hype man. I like that. You can put that on your resume, Trade Ideas Hype Man. All right, guys, so if you're new here, again, essentially what we do is we give Barry a much needed little vacation to go grab some food and get his trading brain back in order. And we pop on the mic and we devote an entire hour to support. So we're here to ask or to answer any questions you guys got about trading, trade ideas, anything in that respect. Myself, within Trade Ideas, I'm responsible for building algorithms for the AI, improving certain things in the back end, and supporting Brokerage Plus, because I use Brokerage Plus for all of my trading and have for years. I'm mostly a swing trader, I would say now. If I had to pick one, I'd say 90% of my trading is done in kind of in the swing trading time frame. Still doing some day trading and everything as well. But so just in case you had some questions that maybe couldn't have been answered with just looking at or with talking to Barry or anything like that, anything a little more advanced, I can certainly help you out with there. And again, we always like it when you ask questions, because it stops me from just waffling on like I'm doing now, because everybody here is a trader. Everyone you get on the mic here trades full time, so I've been focusing on that for the day like most of us do, and then we come in here to answer some questions and dealing with support stuff and everything as well. So ask away. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to find stuff to chatter about with the markets. And really, with the day going on here in the SPY, there's not a whole lot to chat about. We've had this pretty tight range going on here for now 3 days. It's starting to feel like summer. I didn't know if we were going to get this summer slowdown with, everything going on in the market right now, but it seems like people are still taking that time off. But yeah, we've just been kind of chopping around in this range, and me myself as a trader, I'm not a scalper. I'm either swing trading, or even when I'm day trading, I can show you some of these trades I have on here, which I have this testing new theories, and I also have it mimicking what's over in my other account, just so that there's something here for you guys to look at. But, I generally like to take trades that are outside of congestion areas, and it's just very hard to find when the whole market is inside of a congestion area. The only trade I've got going on that's been good for me today really is this FTCH. I tweeted about this as well. I've got a little Twitter account, YouTube channel. Here's the name for both of them in case there's someone here that's new. So yeah, I tweeted about this one live when I entered. I got a little bit better than that, this in my live account, which is funny because usually in the demo account, you always get the better price, but meant to be a swing trade, right? Stop here at yesterday's low. It's trying to see if it's going to make a new swing at highs here. But this decent little run in a single day has me kind of thinking of possibly taking profits. The only other really good trade I got going on is I've had APT since it broke this descending triangle. So I've owned this one in this area, and I've kind of put my stop down here. And then finally in the last few days, we had this nice pop up. So I sold some of this out here yesterday, and then some of this out here today, and then I've got my stop moved way up here. But other than that, that's it. Please breaking out. What are you doing? CAPR, cup and handles. Let's take a look at that. Since there are no questions, but please ask questions. We've got, we're doing this for you guys. For anyone who's got questions with trade ideas or even basic trading questions, that's kind of why we're here, right? Just to help you out. CAPR actually does look pretty nice. I wouldn't chase it here myself, but if you've gotten this one, don't know if I'd really quantify that as a cup and handle, but it does have this kind of nice rounded bottom, and it's right at this area, which kind of starts the gap. So if you're taking that as a swing, I do like that play. You've got to, right where you're wrong, which is kind of the first instance of all trades. You say, okay, where am I wrong? And this thing's going to probably go back into the gap. So you got that right there. And you've got, not a lot going on until much higher. So good play if you're in that. I like that one. I'm new to TI. Can you go over a popular setup for a day trader? So the real question is, what are you day trading, right? What's your day trading philosophy? What is it that you're looking for? Because different people are going to day trade in different ways. I like second and third day plays for my day trading. So I like to look for the move after the move. Excuse me. Some people are gap traders. Some people are low float momentum traders. Some people are, all kinds of different stuff. A little further there. But let me give you, and this is related to the second question there about how is the education with the lady going, and it's going well. We've got a little bit of a slowdown there. We're planning a wedding, but if you check out that YouTube playlist right there, it's me teaching my fiance how to trade. So it's good trader education, completely free, just out there on YouTube. But yeah, it's been going well. We've got a couple videos out. I published one this week. I've got another one for this weekend, and then 2 more that she's editing, I think, as we speak. So that'll be good. We are going over psychology, finishing the last little bit of psychology, and then we're going to go into trading plan creation, which is kind of the first kind of mention of all that, right? And it's, I believe, the most important part. It's a lot of people, they want to know, okay, what setups do I take, right? How do I do this with a setup, and how do I do that with a setup? And they don't realize that, the setups that you take are almost one of the, are kind of useless, right? It's really what it is that you're going to do. Are you a day trader or swing? I do both. I would say more and more I focus on the swing time frame, because it's got, for me anyway, a lot more beneficial. Just basically, when you take time out of the equation, it allows your risk reward to be that much more inflated, right? And the part of my theory when it comes to trading, and I do a lot of things where I back test, right? Here's a back tested strategy. I can't share this one because it's got a bunch of customs in it, but I'll take something like this that I can know very quickly what the win rate or what the lose rate of the strategy is. And then I will take these kind of as they come when they look good, or automate them, and then decide at the end of the day whether or not I think it's going to be a good swing or not, and then go from there. So, I focus more on the swing time frame, but I don't really differentiate too much. So for example, FTCH that I'm in, if this thing rockets all day, I'm going to take part off the table right away. And then if we continue to get this push up here, then I'll still have some. So again, I try to not think too much about time. I try to think more about what is my risk, what is my reward. And that kind of came from just, I've been trading for 15 years now and decided that I'm never getting my win rate up to 80-90%. So where I'm going to make most of my money trading is I'm going to focus on that risk reward, and that risk reward is what's going to pay me in the long run. And it's been working. I unfortunately cannot share the Doji scan because it's got some custom formulas in it, but because we got nothing going on, let's go into these custom formulas and what they are and kind of what they mean, and we'll talk about that section of trade ideas as well. So if you're interested in custom formulas, and there's a lot you can do with this kind of stuff when it comes to building what candle happened yesterday, is you can just click on your account on the spreadsheet, and it will open up this, and you've got a little custom formula section. So again, if anyone has any doubt, this is the older of my two accounts, and it started in 2009. So this account I've had for 11 years. The other one I've had for 14. So, I've been using this for a very long time since I started consulting. But when you open up this custom formula section, you won't have all of this, because these are the custom formulas I built. You'll have probably nothing, or maybe one or two, and you'll have this create new button and then these two links down here. And these are all of the documentation that we have and all the documentation that you need for the custom formula section. So let me just open up these here. I just got an audio alert in my ears for AHT. What's AHT doing? Well, that's kind of interesting. Little pop off the bottom there. Hospitality company. It's a REIT focused on predominantly upper scale full service hotels. Interesting. I don't want to chase, so I'll wait for it to calm. But yeah, so if you open up these two right here, you'll get this one PDF, and this gives you kind of a walkthrough of how it works. And it also gives you all of these codes, which you can reference. So you can reference today's high and today's low, the open close, and you can reference yesterday's high, low, open, and close. So I'll share these two formulas, but basically what they're doing is they're building the position in range for, I think these are the ones that I have, are the position in range for what the stock is doing. So it's basically building, because I can reference from yesterday's candle, right, the high and the low and the open and the close. I can say I want the high and the low to be pretty far apart, and I want the open and the close to be pretty close together. So just by doing that, it makes a doji. I just want to make sure I'm using 98.99. So I got that one that I'll send. And then I'll get this one that I'll send. How did I do that? I did this one. So, right, this one opens or references the close and the low, and then the high and the low. And this one references the open, the low, and the high and the low. And between the two of these, you can say that you want that open and the close to be in a certain percentage range of yesterday's range. So I put in 40 and 60 and 40 and 60 just to say that, if I had just popped into that HAT when it was alerted right here, that would have been great. So, right, if basically what we do is position in range, is this would be 100 and this would be 0. And this would be 50. So by saying I want the minimum to be 40 and I want the maximum to be 60, I'm basically saying I want the open and the close of yesterday in this range here, which will make a spinning top or a doji or something. So after you have that entered, and only after you have that entered, this will work. So then when I did that, I said, okay, I'm going to look for dojis yesterday. And you can see FTCH, right? This is one from that scan, right? And this is the trade that I've taken here. And you can see FTCH had a doji yesterday. And then the rest of the idea behind this algo is, you need enough volume. This is just my prices. It's entirely up to you. But I wanted the stock down or flat within 5 days, right? So I want 5 days of, sorry about that, hit the mic, hit 5 days of downward or at least not upward action. And then from there, I want it still above the 10-day moving average. And I want it in the top end of yesterday's range. So that what I'm able to do is say, okay, I want a stock that's like this, that's down over 5 days, puts in a doji right at the 10-day moving average. Again, no, I don't think there's any power to the 10-day moving average, but it's a good way of saying if you're above that, then at least in the interim, you're bullish, right? So I want bullish action followed by, right, a bearish pullback, and then doji, which represents indecision, and then a break of that doji, and that's what this is looking for. And this has an inherent 2-day hold built in. But what I do is I let the system find and enter positions for me, and this is both my day trading and my swing trading, and then I manage those positions myself, and that allows me to be way less emotional when it comes to my trading. So, at some point this morning, well, you can see at what point right here in this account and in my live account, I just got some FTCH just dumped into it and said, okay, now you deal with it. It automatically put the stop out here at yesterday's low. And, it put out a target up here, and then it's going to, if I don't intervene, it will sell it in 2 days after the close. But more than that, what I'll do is probably today, if we keep doing what we're doing here, I'll get a little bit of the position out and then raise the stop loss. And then, every few days as time goes by, I'll just kind of raise my stop loss up and manage it myself. So that's my philosophy anyways. I think robots are really good at finding entry points, right? So because instead of you going and scanning and say, oh, my entry is going to be a break of a 15-minute high, I can go through and just say, here, buy this if this thing occurs. And then all of a sudden, I'm kind of out of work kind of thing, right? But yeah, Brian, and I've got no problem telling you some setups, but if you're a brand new day trader, you're probably in the situation a lot of new day traders are, where they don't know what to trade. And, it's, if there was a one size fits all solution, then it would be too efficient and the market would destroy that. It's just the way it works, right? If there's one system that just kills everything else, then the market, the market's efficient in such a way that it will get rid of it. So what we always suggest at Trade Ideas, and anyone who's looking out for your best interest as a trader will tell you, is that it's about building a style that fits whatever your personality is. If you're a more active person, maybe you want to look at low float, cheaper stocks. If you're a little bit more of a sit back and plan type of person, you may want to say, okay, let me look for swing trades, or let me look for inflection points or something like that. And then when you know what it is that you want, that's where Trade Ideas really shines, because we'll help you find it. Here's a formula that I just made: 1 minute volume previous, then 1 minute volume. Oh, that's a cool one. I'm going to take that. I like that. I see what you did there. You took the 1 minute volume and you subtracted the 2 minute volume. So then, kind of by extension, it's finding out what that last 1 minute volume bar. So I like that. That was clever. I'm just going to grab your name too. Yeah, thanks for that. Maybe there's some playing around I can do with that. And that's just a binary. Partially saved. Uh-oh, what didn't it like? I just gotta get rid of that. Saved. Perfect. Does Trade Ideas have integration with Fidelity? Not at this time. We have plans on, right now it's interactive brokers only. We have plans to extend that out to both TD Ameritrade and E-Trade, but I'm not going to give any ETAs on that because, you know, we're just started in the process and we don't know how long that process will take or anything like that. Do you have any channel for short trading? Probably not going to like my answer, doctor, but it's what do you look for when you short? What's your written trading plan say of I am going to enter a short trade if XYZ occurs, and then exit a trade if XYZ occurs, right? If you know what that is, then I can tell you if we've got a channel for that. But you know, just looking for shorts, right? We've got the stocks that are down the most. If that's your strategy, you know, the Trader's Vault right here is a good one that has. Well, let me just open this. This is a, you know, it's going to be an ugly looking channel, but what it does is this is all of the traders that work at Trade Ideas. We kind of each contributed to what our favorite scans are, and we pop that in there. So, right, this is a bounce below the 50-day moving average. So this one may be good for a short if you're looking for swing trade shorts, because looking for stocks that are bouncing but are still below the 50-day moving average. Horseshoe down is another good short one where it's looking for this kind of horseshoe pattern, you could call it, like that, for day trades, right? So it's looking for a stock that gaps, right? Tries to run up and fill the gap and fail and breaks down. So if that's kind of your short trading style, that's a good one. I also have consecutive 15-minute candles, both up and down. This is one of mine as well, where I look for essentially just that. Like I look for, where is it? Consecutive candles. You can sort this by however you want, but you know, IQV is up 9 15-minute candles in a row. So if you're a revision to the mean kind of shorter, you can take a look at that and say, I want to find things that are overextended to one side or the other. RDFN is up 8 15-minute candles in a row. So, you know, you may look at that and say, well, I think that's a little too much and we got to pull back. You can do that as well. And then if you either just sort it again differently or scroll to the bottom, it will give you stocks that are going the other way, right? SINE is down 7 15-minute candles in a row. And again, this is just a good way to talk about and another way to express overbought and oversold. Turbo breaks down, maybe another one as well, where it's just looking for momentum to the downside. But all of that's found here in channel 4, which is a good little channel, because it, you know, all of these particular channels here are something that a trader within Trade Ideas uses for their plan. Now, whether or not that matches your plan, that's going to be up to you, right? So this is a green bar reversal, right? Here's a doji breakout. So this is for more longer, but can you explain the swing ideas in the channel bar? Sure. Let's take a look at what's there now. We change these from time to time as the market changes and as we come up with new ideas and all of that. And FTCH is just still going. Oh, I missed one there. How do you put in a filter for an alert window? Again, what you'll do is you'll build those top lists, or you'll build those custom formulas. And let me get you a quick video that will explain all this as well. And when you are done building them, you will just be able to go and say, okay, I've got all this built. Now let me, where is this? Right here. Whatever you name them, you'll be able to search for those filters inside of trade ideas. You just have to build them and name them and then search for their name. So, for me, let me just grab this here, configure. I called them Hammer 1 and Hammer 2, I think, because I used them also to build hammer candlesticks, and you can see they're right here. So it's whatever you name them, then there you go. All right, so the swing channel bar. Am I in the, no, I'm in stock searching. I clicked the wrong one. Swing, so there's a couple here. So the BTFD Pro that just stands for buy the freaking dip. So it's looking for stocks that are relatively strong over the last few days and are dipping. Squeeze 52 is looking for stocks that are hitting new 52-week highs and have large short floats. So they're heavily shorted stocks that are breaking into new highs. And this is a good setup to watch just because, for example, KNX, there's 25% short and it's making new highs. That means that everybody, without question, who is short this stock is losing money, right? There is no way that you can be short KNX if it's making new 52 weeks high and be making money. So that eventually those shorts that are getting killed are going to have to cover. Their broker's going to make them. So that's going to push, in theory, the price higher. So that's a good one to watch. Resistance-based cross-base strategy is basically just looking for stocks that are breaking 2 to 3 day resistance areas, very short term. So if we look at Planet Fitness, it alerted today. You can see that it's got this resistance here from the prior. It's probably best to zoom out like this, right? So it's got resistance here from the prior day, and it's looking like it's breaking out of that there. And then the last here is an AI enhanced. So what this does is it uses the AI, and it comes in and it tweaks the scan every so often so that it's eliminating stocks that may not have worked as well as they would have in the past. And then it's over here, you've got a price alert section. So you can go, for example, I have a price alert out for this FSCT. I was looking to buy it if it broke over here, and then it got bought out, of course. But you can just click on the chart. You can say, I want to create a price alert, and then they show up here. So as you're scanning through this swing channel, you can click and pull those up. So that's kind of the difference between those. And then the difference between the swing stop and a smart stop is the swing stop is giving you kind of just an area to say, hey, if it breaks $66 on this, you're probably wrong. Just a suggestion of where to put out a stop. The smart stop uses intraday volatility to guess kind of what you could get away with reasonably for a stop. Note that, again, these are just suggestions. These are basically taking what the stock normally does and saying, here's a reasonable place for a stop. Now, for me, they're a little wide, to be perfectly honest. I like tighter stops because then I can get bigger in the trade, and I don't mind being stopped out often. I fully understand that my win rate probably till the end of days is going to be 55 to 60%. And I'm fine with that. So what I always what I work on in my trading constantly is how could I have gotten bigger with a tighter stop and risk the same amount of money. And again, so with FTCH, the initial stop I think on this one was great because it was just right at yesterday's low right here. Whereas the swing exit is all the way down here at 14. And for me, that's just not, it's not good enough, right? I'm not going to be accurate enough that a stop that wide is going to make me money kind of thing. The integration I'm referring to is the same as with other brokers. You can select a symbol and send that information. We do, as long as it's a downloaded app and it accepts that kind of input, I would say 90+% chance that we do. And I'm just bringing up my e-signal here to show you that. But essentially, what the linking does is it types in a box somewhere the symbol and presses enter, right? So if you can, within Fidelity, if it's a downloaded base product and you can just type in AAPL enter and it will bring that up, then we link to them, because that's kind of the secret behind this external linking, is that's what it's doing. When you link to Thinkorswim or something like that, you're basically just doing the equivalent of typing in that symbol and hitting enter. And that's what's happening here, right? RLV and then enter, right? And then it shows you the symbol there as well. So most likely, I would say. And again, thanks guys for the questions. This goes way slower when no one's asking any questions. So I certainly appreciate it. So I hope that answered all your swing trading questions too. If not, let me know. Many thanks from the doctor. No problem, right? It's, again, we don't want to tell you how to trade, but we'll tell you how to find the trades for sure. It's one of those, if we said, hey, everyone buy this, then, it's going to kind of, again, if there's one system that works entirely, the market will kill it, right? Just people will start taking the other side, doing all this. So this is why we focus so much on education and learning and doing all this, so that you're building a skill that can hopefully last a lifetime. All right, so just taking a look at this AHT. Big strong pullback. I just don't know if it's enough for me to be interested here. I'd like to see it better around 7. That's probably where I should have taken it initially. 7 seems to be kind of an area that's important. I obviously should have picked it up when I got that alert, and that would have been a nice $1.50 run in a few minutes there. But if we can pull back down here and base and then maybe go, I'll take a look at it. I just like the $17 down to $5, pretty orderly. It's kind of looking to break out now, maybe continues, I don't know. How can I see alerts before they have already put out 3 or 4 green bars? Just what you can do is you can use our consecutive candle filter. So let's just pick something that would print a lot. Let me just grab this. And then let me just pop out one of these. It doesn't really matter which one. Go to alert window. Here we go. Okay, let's find an example. All right, so this one's been up 3 or 4 bars. If I don't want to see things that are already up a few bars in a row, what I'll do is I'll configure it and I'll go into consecutive. And go to the bottom. You can see we have these consecutive candle alerts. We've got 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, all the way up to daily. So let's just grab 15 minute, for example, and click add filter, and it's added here. So if I put a max here of 3, for example, what it will do is it will filter out anything that has 3 green 15-minute bars. So if I can say I don't want to see that, I just go okay, and I'll get rid of it. Now this I think only had 2 green 15-minute bars when it triggered, but for example, if it was going to trigger on this bar or something, it wouldn't have, because there was already too many in a row. So you won't see anything now that has more than 3 15-minute bars in a row, right? This had 1, 2, and then it triggered on this candle right here. Let's go back. Way back here. You can grab that there. Now you can also, 2 people are talking. How? I don't hear 2 people. I'm just listening to myself here. Is it possible you have another tab out? Does anyone else hear 2 people talking? Maybe he's just got another tab open. Yeah, so that consecutive candle issue would be solved, right? And then just do that for whatever time frame you want. Barry's talking. No one else hears anything. Okay. Yes, so, well, if you mean not at the same time, sequentially, then yes, Barry was speaking earlier, and I am speaking now, kind of thing. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so that should answer your question about the consecutive bars. You can just filter those out. The other thing you can do, if you see a symbol going through your scan over and over and over again, and you're like, I don't want to see it, it's already gone. There's 2 ways to deal with that. One is under properties, and you can go don't repeat. You can't do it in history mode. You got to do it in live mode. Properties, don't repeat. You can say, I don't want to see this symbol more than once a day or once an hour or whatever have you there. The other thing you can do is you can grab our count filter. And what the count filter is how many times that symbol would have gone through this particular alert. It helps if you spell count correctly. Right, so this is the amount of alerts. So, if I want to let it tell me about a symbol, say 5 times or, I don't know, 6 times and then stop, I can put maximum of 6 there, and then it's only going to show me the first 6 times that symbol's going to yell at me that day, and then it will stop. So that's another way you can do as well. Is there a breaking news window? So our single stock window right down here has a whole bunch of things, and I really like this window. I think it's our most underappreciated. But first, it has details, and all of these can be specified however you want. You can, I have set this up the way I like it and the way I want to see. Right, I want to know the stock twits, I want to know the short float, I want to know the change since 1, and I also want to know days to cover. Those are all important to me. News right here, you can go through this tab, and if we just want to click Nanobiotics announces revenue for second quarter, And if I wanted to click on that, it will just open up a little browser and it'll take me right to where that news came from, and I can read through that if need be. Profile just tells you what the company does and what sector it's in and all that, which is definitely important for swing traders. Insiders tells you, if we have data on it, what the insiders are doing. And then similar will show you stocks with similar price action, or you can just go through and look at all the competitors. Like if I don't want to trade NNDM, but I think the news that came out was positive for the sector, well, I know that FireEye is in the same sector as them. So that's kind of what we have there. Now, when it comes to breaking news, this is something that has been insanely well studied, but unfortunately there's still a very common misconception that if you can find out the news before everyone else, then you can make a trade off that news and make a bunch of money. And it just doesn't work that way because of the computerization of the market. There are AI bots that read the news. A 20-page news article could come out on a stock. They get the news before everyone else, and they're paying for it to make sure it's delivered microseconds before the next guy. And they have neuro-linguistic programmed bots that will read the news, determine whether it's bullish or bearish, and place a trade in fractions of a second. So don't bother. Now, if you want to know the news of the stock before you enter a trade, just to make yourself feel better, or you have some sort of fundamental strategy, that's great. Just if you're scanning for news as it's breaking, you're way better off at scanning for volume as it's breaking, because again, you're going to see the news late. It's one of those, what's the George Carlin quote, it's a big club and you're not in it kind of thing. And that's 100% true. And any of the traders that you'll have on here will confirm that for sure. But if one of those bots reads good news and then says, okay, I'm going to buy a bunch of it because the news is so good, that will always show up in the volume. It has to. So for people who want breaking news, I always send them to breaking volume. So we've got all these volume spike alerts. All right, we could say 1 minute volume spike, and I want this 1 minute volume spike to be 1,000 times more than normal volume in this time. And this will just give me things, right? This is trading at, is that 190,000% historical volume? So you could keep this open and say, I only want stocks, for example, I don't know, that let's say they haven't moved very much in the last 30 minutes. So let's say I want them change in 30 min. And let's make that, I don't know, no more than, say, 1% in either direction. I don't want it down more than 1%, and I don't want it up more than 1%. And then I could build this, and I could say, okay, now that I've got this, and obviously you'd want to put some volume requirements and all that kind of stuff in it, but I know that as these things print off, they can't have moved very much in the last little bit. Right? We can go and type this VNCX, right? It alerted that at 8:25, so super early in the morning, but it hadn't moved that much in 30 minutes. So again, that might be something to try. If it's set up right, it could, right? So it would look the same. I don't know if you set up the customs right, but I have FTCH and NHLS or NLS, and that's it. Now, if you just load a window, it will have less, but the difference, there shouldn't be any difference if you got the customs right. Again, it's going to be all about those two customs, whether or not you have those right. Just to show you again, I got 40 and I got 60. So So yeah, it's going to be all about those custom formulas and kind of how much sense all of that makes. All right. I'm still waffling on this ATH. That's what I'm thinking about here. Again, thanks for questions. Let me know. Right, my greed. I had an order down there a little bit above 7. If my greed missed it, now it's spiking back up. So that's okay. That's just trading. I can't complain about that. FTCH is doing well. So that's my day maker right there. So you're hearing me talking to myself, but this is how I talk to myself when I trade, because before I got real zen with trading, I had a hard time when it came to chasing and revenge trading. I would look at something like that and say, oh man, I missed it. I was supposed to have it at 7. That's, if I'd taken 1,000 shares of that would have been like $1,500 I could have made in minutes, and I'd get all kind of pissed and all that. But it's just over time, I guess, I started that self-talk that you just heard of. You missed it. It's just part of trading. Move on. There'll be another trade today. There'll be another trade tomorrow. Just wait for the next one. Wait for the next pitch. Right? That's the Warren Buffett quote. You can sit there all day with your bat on your back and you never have to swing. IBIO is doing pretty good here as well, so can't complain about that. Michael N., please write a PDF book at least 300 pages on various custom formulas. I've thought about doing some more stuff in the custom formulas. We're always working at trade ideas, I'll tell you that. There's stuff that I'm doing in the backgrounds that might put custom formulas to shame. I'm hoping it will. But right, it's a very alpha type project. Basically, it will allow us to build indicators for our charts and things like that. So, that's something I guess I can hint to you guys, is that in the near future, you should start to see our indicator set starting to grow slowly over time. Right now it's pretty simple. And again, I'm not a big indicator guy, but I know there's a lot of people that are. But you should start to see. Well, I guess I can hint some stuff here that's here. We just got to make sure it works good. But, your basic Keltner channels, MACDs, that kind of stuff. I'm going to be working on that with this tool. And, if we can make something with it, great. But I don't want to get you guys too hyped, because it's a trial experiment that may work and may not. But I guess just a little inside baseball is that's kind of how we work at Trade Ideas. And I think that's kind of the brilliance that Dan had of hiring traders, is that the benefit of hiring traders is that we use the tool, right? So the things that we ask for internally are the things that actual, right, real profitable traders want. It's that's what we're after. So when we say, hey, let's build out this tool and see if it works, and they give it to me and they say, okay, now Michael, your job is to see if this tool works well, and if it does, let's build it out and make it available to clients. And then If I use the tool and I say this is garbage, it doesn't add any value to my trading at all, then it's, we'll just can it and look for the next thing. But again, I really think there's a huge benefit of hiring traders. And I think that was kind of the brilliance that happened there. They're probably way more expensive, I would say, than just, generic programmers and support people and sales guys and that type of thing. But I think that's the brilliance of the company to a large extent. How many programmers do you have? We've got a handful of programmers. I'm not one. I don't know how to program. I'm going to learn that after I'm done my CMT, which I'm taking the final part in December. I'm going to start next year as my path to learn like a Python or something like that. But we have a handful of programmers, one or two of which are traders, and then the rest are kind of consultants, I guess, and say, here, build this. But basically everybody you hear from is a trader / something, right? So I trade and then I educate and I play with all these toys in the back end and do all this. And right, Andy and Steve trade and educate, and right, Sean does his option stuff and trades too. So but when it comes to the programmers, our main dude Dave is a great trader in his own right, and he kind of heads a lot of the programming stuff. It's a great language to start with. Okay, that's good. I was looking for that confirmation because I've never programmed anything a day in my life. Excel stuff, HTML back in school, basic stuff. But I'm not so interested on developing apps. I'm interested in using it to make me a better trader. So I want to do, big data management and things like that. Is Brokerage Plus now free to auto trade, or is it 1100 still? No, Brokerage Plus is now rolled into the standard package. So if you are not standard in the premium package, but it's just premium, right? So yeah, if you have premium, you can now auto trade the AI as well. I have a video that walks slowly through the setup and use of Brokerage Plus, and I highly recommend it. And I think Barry's given me some feedback one-on-one that said that this video has been working very well for him as well. Let me get that. Where is that here? Gotta find the link. What does Momo mean? Yeah, most people just use Momo interchangeably with momentum, right? So if someone says this is a Momo stock, they mean it's a stock that has momentum and is running. So keep an eye on that kind of thing. So yeah, momentum stocks are ones that are, and you never know what's going to be a momentum stock until it's run a bunch. So if you see someone talk about a momentum stock, you're more than likely looking at something that has run in the past or is running, as you speak kind of thing. Share, and we'll copy. So this link right here, for anyone that's interested in auto trading or trading Brokerage Plus, this walks slowly through and in segments what you need to do to set up for us, to set up with Interactive Brokers. What do you need from them in terms of requirements, all that stuff. And it's a great way to get started, in my opinion. I'm obviously biased because I'm the one that did it, but it's a great way to get started, because we understand that our platform is complex, right? We get that. So what we want to do is we want to provide as much training as humanly possible to make sure that the people who are willing to put in the work and learn, that they have all the opportunity to do that. There's obviously, we run into a lot of people who just want to buy a program, said, okay, make me rich now. There's nothing we can do for those people, but for the people who want to put in the effort and they want to learn, we've got tons and tons of education for you, as much as you could probably digest in a very long period of time. And that's from me, who's one of those guys who listens to audiobooks on 3x speed so I can get through a 6-hour audiobook in 2 hours kind of thing. And I still think we have an insane amount of content to absorb. It's one of my latest obsessions, learning that you can really understand a book very well, even if it's read to you really, really quickly like that. So I'm now doing over 2 or 3 workouts throughout the week, doing a whole bunch of audiobooks. I'm doing like 1 a week now. Install Python, open up. Oh, I don't think you'll be able to post that link. I think links are blocked, but the best link for the educational materials is our TIU link that I'll put here. And about that Python stuff, I'll probably hit you up when I'm closer to learning. I still have to study and hopefully pass my CMT. I hear the third exam is a bear because it's all written, and I'm not good at the writing. I'm better at the multiple choices, so I at some point gotta get back into sinking my teeth into that. But yeah, that's the best kind of outlet for a lot of the educational videos, because that is, the TIU walkthrough, it's the Trade Ideas for the Web walkthrough, and it's the Brokerage Plus walkthrough. And that should be enough to get most people started, I would say. If people are looking for very specific, minute answers and details, part of... I find with a lot of those people is there's just not enough answers for them in the world, right? It's like, what is your trading style? What do you need out of Trade Ideas? That's what I would focus on, right? Just don't worry about learning absolutely everything and how everything works, and make sure everything is working the way it absolutely needs to all the time, 100% of the time. Just find your trading style, right? For day trading, it's stuff like this for me. IBIO, this is a day trade for me, and I'm in it here, and I'm in it in my personal account as well, and I'll be out on this one at the end of the day. And it's just a style that I built over time. So really, even myself, I probably use 1% of everything that Trade Ideas can do, because again, what you're looking at is my day trading layout. This is what I look at every day. You can see how simplistic it is. Because just because the software can do everything doesn't mean you need to do everything. And that's a common thing that we see. It's so powerful that it's also kind of overwhelming at the same time. All right, so I see Barry there clamoring to get back in and take over. So I'm going to take off. Again, note most of the time that I'm here, it's on Wednesdays, but Andy's taken today off, and so he asked me to switch with him, and of course I did. So most of the time on Friday, you'll hear, so basically if you liked hearing me, come back Wednesday, and if you didn't like hearing me, take Wednesday off. I guess the best way to put it. Thanks everyone for popping out, and I will see you guys later.
Probably not a bad idea, because I mean, you might think that this 360 is going to stall it anyway for a while. Another 3-bar pullback, OPK, so the trigger would have been around 450. I'm back. Okay, guys, I'm sure Michael entertained you immensely. I saw you guys talking about custom filters, etc. Yeah, I used to do that. I don't do it anymore. Back testing and custom filters, etc. Rear view, rear view window for me now. No time. Michael loves that stuff though. Well, we do have you can get an absolute 3 bar pullback. We have the consecutive down. And so if you put -3 in the min and the max as an example, and you can pick your time frame, that'll give you an exact 3 bar pullback as an example. Consecutive candles. So you pick your time frame. So let's just say you wanted to do a 5 minute. Excuse me. If you put -3 in both, check to see what the summary says. Stocks where the stock was down exactly 3 candles in a row. All right, so you can use this, and then at least you'll identify those stocks, with other filters in place, of course, and then maybe from there, you just kind of watch it for a while, for a bit, to see if they do bounce from there. But the trick is to put -3 in both, the min and the max, and that'll give you the exact. And again, look at this VRNA. It's going to be a fun video. Oh, in fact, that video, I'll have to do it in a couple of minutes. I'll be checking out in a couple of minutes to do my video. I'm going to talk about this VRNA. Of course, I'm going to talk about the NIO and Rosetta Stone. All right, so I had my alert set for CALX set at 16, and it looks like it's starting to fade from there. So it's the beauty of the price alerts, guys. You just set them, and then you just forget about it. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's really that simple. You don't have to spend time staring at charts. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now, so I will be back certainly no later than 1:30, probably sooner. All right, guys, putting myself on mute in the room and the YouTube room or feed. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so I had this alert set for FPRX at 7:29. What has it done? Why do I have that alert? That's right. So there's the high. That looks like the high of last month, and the high right there. So FPRX, some volume coming in. And soon, well, I'm going to clear this one, this window right there, and see if we start getting some interesting looks towards the end of the day for these ones that have been highly, highly in play for the day, but maybe resting. Welcome, super newbie. Yeah, I do. I was just doing a video before, so I'll be live until 3 o'clock. So you notice, by the way, I allowed this one to take me out. This is in the simulator, EVH. I put that stop in here. I wasn't really paying that much attention to it, but this is in the simulator. So see how it took me out of the trade? Now, I mean, this still could be interesting. EVH over 10. You know, it's just kind of not wanting to break through 10 yet. So let's just put an alert at 10:02. All right, guys, I just want to refresh my memory on doing this. So you can also put a conditional buy order. So let's just say I wanted to put this in the simulator. I want to put a conditional buy order for this one, EVOH. If it hits 10:03, I want to take the trade. I want to try to get 300 shares. Okay, that's what that line is right there. And all I did was I just put 10:03 in the price and 10:03 in the stop and clicked buy, and that created right on the chart. Now, at this point, of course, I can move this around if I want. You know, I can move it, oops. I can move it higher, lower, whatever I want to do. Okay? So obviously I just moved it to 10:08. If I don't want to do it anymore, I just go into the orders and I just right click and cancel it. Again, this is all in the simulator. Well, okay, let's do it for VRNA. Let's just say I wanted to put a conditional buy order way up here, 1571, okay? So I literally just type 1571. Let's make it 15, a little closer. So 15 twice, buy it, 300 shares. Well, what happened is, unfortunately, it went right to 15. It went right to 15. You know, so that didn't, I mean, it took the trade because it went up to 15 immediately. You see what happened? When I was doing it, it was at 14, I don't know, 1470 or something. But right when I put the order in, it went right up to the price. Yeah, I can put a stop order in now. I can add a stop right now. Add a stop. I can put it whatever I want to do. Obviously, it should be based on the chart or something, but let's just put 1470. I mean, I could get, with the way this whips around, that could happen very quickly, but I just added. So there it is. There's the stop, 1470. No, this is in the simulator, of course, but it is real time. It's using our data. Now, look at this. So what I'm going to do now, though, just to show you how you want, if I want to get out of, say, half the trade, I would just click half. So now I've sold 150 shares. And so my close profit on it is $49. I still have an open profit of 48. This is all in the simulator, guys. If you're new to trading, practice, practice, practice. And if I want to get out of the trade entirely, I just flatten it. So on that very, very quick trade, in the simulator, made $90. I did. I did say it was an obvious short once it started to do this because of the financing at 450, and so at $10 it ran down to 788 or so, and I thought, it's just going to keep going down. And so I mean, obvious short. I mean, I didn't have any shorts, so I couldn't do it. Otherwise I would have, but there were no shorts available. So, I mean, it did drop $2, but I mean, I obviously never anticipated a move like this. I thought it would continue down more towards that financing price of 450. Yeah, Kiskutis, you can do it in here, but to me, it's a lot easier if you know what the stop is, what the stop price is. I think to me, it's a lot easier. Oops, I'm not in the trade, but it's a lot easier just to click here and add stop and type it in. To me, yeah, I guess you can do it in here also. I don't know what you mean. An order on order, not position. I'm not sure I know what you mean. At the same time, well, I mean, that's what I was saying. I mean, you can add the stop. I mean, let me do one. And I'll do it again for, let's take MBio. Just didn't do it. I'm not in the trade, of course, but let's see, take another one. See another one that might be, it's 130. Let me clear this now. And let's just see what starts to happen. So let me try this conditional buy again for one, okay? NGVC. Let's say I wanted to buy it at 1623. Say a couple hundred shares. It might execute immediately. How about 1630? All I'm really trying to do is just show how you can put a conditional buy. It hits a certain price that you want to get in at. All right, so we click buy, and so it should appear on the screen right there. Now, if I want to put a stop, say at 1607. Oh, now interesting, yeah, on a conditional. Let me just see, I've never tried this before, to be honest. Let me see if that works. If I were in the trade, obviously easy enough to put the stop. I wanted to see if this how this works. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I just did that. So I put a conditional buy at 1630, and I put my stop at 1607. So if it does execute at 1630, my stop will be at 1607. Yeah, I just did it though. So you just put your, put the price here a couple of times and click sell. And then the stop is right on the chart. That I can't help you with. If it's not in that video, you're talking then about, then trading your live account. Of course, I'm doing all this in the simulator. I don't know why it wouldn't work if you're connected to your IB account though, and you've watched the video? I think, okay. I don't know then. You might have to just ask the question to Michael, see if you can get him. Too bad you weren't around from the 12 to 1, and you could have asked him. He was in the YouTube feed. Now, we may not get very much action. It is Friday afternoon. We may not get very much action, later on in the day with these ones that were screaming higher and then maybe resting a bit. I think Ali is actually an earnings play or a lie. A lie. An alley. And a lie? All right, so you see it took the trade. Alley? Okay. It took the trade. So I know this used to happen, but I still see the stop there. I know what you're talking about, that the stop would disappear, but I don't see that it disappeared. I mean, way back when, I know we had a... So that's how you can put a conditional buy order. Could have done it on a pullback, could have done it on a pullback, just doing the same thing, putting the price in both, price and the stop, and clicking buy on a pullback. So had it, gone down to a certain price, it would have bought it. So I'm just going to let this go. I want to see this, if it does go back down to 1607, does it take it out? I mean, it should. It's the whole idea. Oh, I see. I don't know. I see what you mean now. So had it actually dropped here as opposed to a stop, I don't know. Yeah, I see what you mean because it is an order. It looks like an order. I think what you have to do. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, there it is, but it may be that you have to manually get out of it. I'm surprised that it doesn't do that, to be honest. Why do people say that, to be honest? Now, of course, if I want, I can add a target. And let's make it 1660. Just to show you how to do it, how you can do it. There's our target right there. So, I mean, if it hits 1660 in the simulator, it would take me out of the trade. Oh, guys, there's the EVH over 10 now. So did it take the trade? It took the trade. It took the trade. So again, that's how the conditional buy can work. Well, I mean, the most dynamic part of the day, of course, is from 9:30 to probably about 10. But you know what? With this window here, we're seeing stuff all day long, really. To be honest, I mean, I don't really see that it's. All right, let me do this though. It's getting close. I'm going to raise that target order up to show you. As I always say, I mean, just because you put a target order in, if it starts to get closer and you're watching, you don't have to let yourself be taken out there. I mean, look at the NGVC as an example. There's the alert, 1628. Got as high as 1659. I don't know what it's going to do from here, but I mean, here's another alert. Oh, there's the SPAC. Somebody was talking about the SPAC, 1471. Ooh, boy, but this is really chasing it. What I'd rather see, of course, is something that is basing a little bit more and then popping up on volume. But I mean, this may just keep rocketing. I don't know. EVH, but the EVH. So there's an alert at 10:02. A little bit of volume came in on that alert. And again, look left. Does it have room? Yes. So I hope you understand what this is all about by looking. Not every alert is going to be worth taking, in my opinion. Now this one could have kept going, but I wouldn't have taken it because you're chasing it. Okay, the volume is great. I mean, that's what we're looking for, an explosion of volume, but you are chasing it. It's not coming from, I mean, had we seen it right here, 1394 was resting, and had we seen it right there, maybe. But it rocketed so quickly that we didn't, couldn't see it right there. But EVH is looking, interesting. The longer it holds over 10, it did pop up to 10, 13. The longer it holds, because when you look left, look at the room it's got. On that weekly chart, look how much room it has potentially to move. APDN, you guys are talking about APDN. Now that was getting hammered earlier, and now it has, it's resurrected itself for a while anyway. It is our pleasure from Trade Ideas to do that, Mr. Banff, with a double F. How is Myrna doing? Somebody's talking about Myrna out of control. Out of control. Wow, no kidding. Look at the day it's had. $12. Wow. I mean, everybody knows, I shouldn't say everybody knows, but understanding why this is happening. Fingers and toes crossed. Keith. Okay, guys, the EVH, longer it holds is 10. Yeah, good. Maybe, yeah, Fred. Fred's talking about the ENOB. There's the 200-day moving average. So you know what? The same thing. Just put an alert just over that. What? That's a very flat 200-day moving average too. Look at that, flattened. Excuse me, flattened out. Okay, so EVH actually dropped a little bit under 10. It's come back a little bit, but it's a little bit choppy right now. So what I'm going to do now with this is put an alert at around 10:12 and see if it gets back up to 10:12. Gets rid of this chop, and then I'll probably take the trade if it gets back up to 10:12. All right, well, do I do it for the third or fourth time? Third time, short the NIO. All to do with the big Goldman downgrade down to $7 for NIO. All right, SNES, sneeze. What's the high right there? Okay, so that's a high right there is $3.11. Well, if it gets through 3, I mean, it might have to struggle to get through 311. If it does that, then it has some room to the 350, 360 mark for SNES. The volume did come in. You can see the volume did come in on the 5-minute chart. But I just look at the potential struggle to get through 3 right now. But look at the volume on the 15-minute. Of course, it has another 12 minutes to close. This is going to turn into a big green candle on the 15-minute chart. A green candle, blue. So, okay, so the theory then, the trigger would be about 350 for MBIO. The high, if it take, that candle takes, now, in theory, you'd like to see that next candle, but I guess, I don't know. I mean, certainly not the pullback expert, but definitely I think you want to see a break of the high of that last candle that's down, which is 350. issue I would have with it though is still going to be this right here. I'd like to see it break out of 360. Okay, one moment, please. Oh, I was on mute. Sorry about that. So I was just saying, a lot of these trades, they're quick. You cannot walk away. I mean, it's something that pops up like this. And if you got in anywhere close to 318 and this stock gets up to 336, that's a big percentage move in a short period of time. So at this point, what I'd be doing is putting an alert around 322 to see if it gets back up to that area. All right, well, there it did get back up to this price, got back up, big bottoming tail. A little bit, the direction is still a little uncertain. You've got this topping tail, you've got this big bottoming tail. Oh yeah, the discount code, well, PDF, I don't know what you mean. I mean, the discount code for is available for the monthly standard subscription, yes. Only for the first month though. Well, here it is. I'll make it easier for you, okay? So the discount's only good for the first month. And there is no limit on number of scans. No limit. I mean, you're not gonna have a million of them, but I mean, there's no limit. Well, the magic window is starting to strike again. So NGVC at 1628. If this one picks up at all, the SPAC I would never have taken that. And then this one, let's just see if it can just. I'm going to put that alert again at 324. All right, I have a very hungry little kitty here. Just a second. I don't know if you guys can hear all the purring in the background. So here's another one, Arbutus. So again, it wouldn't show up here because the relative volume is only 2.5, but look at this. Is it Arbutus? Yeah, Arbutus, ABUS. I mean, this has room. No, like Blofeld. Come on, EVH, do something. Either take me out of the trade or pop. Preferably pop. So I mean, oh, that's right. Here was the first alert for SNES. So notice the count is 44. So this is This is one where the count only has to be 30, and this one still has to be 60. So I'm trying to catch them maybe a little bit earlier, later on in the day. So that actually caught it at 295. I was looking at this 318, but it actually caught it at 295 first. Okay, let's see, one more. Just give me one more. Get into the 20s and maybe start to roll a bit here. Keep an eye on this SNES. Now it has room until maybe about the 360 mark, okay? Look at the volume this week, or well, it's today really. Half the volume is today. Over half that volume is today. Well, it's right here in my basic new highs and lows. Right there. Keep an eye on SNES. I mean, especially you get some more volume coming in. This could just pop again. Again, it has some room, not a ton of room. Now, what's the high right there? The high right there on that weekly is 360. I mean, that's far enough away on a percentage basis. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but 4 o'clock, same time. No special. 4 o'clock every Friday. CLSK, let's see, CLSK. Yeah, okay, so I know that's not really the 200-day moving average, though it appears that it is. I know this is a symbol name change at some point, can't remember exactly when. Yeah, good volume, just not good relative volume. The problem sometimes is that when you have a huge volume day, because this relative volume is looking back, I think it's 14 days, 10 or 14 days. So that can kind of skew it. So, I mean, it's still, a great volume day for it, but it only looks like 0.87 because it's taking this into account. All right, so SNES did not keep. It's a little bit dicey now, maybe. I'll stick the alert again. You mentioned that, Fresh. I mean, you may not know this, but I'm from Canada also, and I used to have Quest Trade, and yeah, it used to crash a lot. It drive me crazy. But I've had IB for 3.5 years now, almost 4 years now, I think, and I can't remember it ever actually crashing. But Quest Trade, yeah, that was not fun. Well, then I would definitely look into getting Interactive Brokers. I mean, first of all, you get better discount or better commission rates. Um, it's very Canada friendly. I mean, you don't have to worry. There are no PDT rules, of course. Um, just create a US dollar account. If you're going to trade a lot of US stocks, just create a US dollar account. Don't worry about the exchange every day. Half a cent a share at IB. You can get half a cent. Yeah, customer service, it may be. I just, I guess I've been fortunate. I think I phoned them twice in the first week just for something, and that's it. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Strive. Exactly. It shows up. It shows up literally the next day. Should be able to do it just online, though. I don't think I contacted them. I just did it all online, and got the information that I mean, all the information is there for wiring instructions. I just gave it to my bank, and that was it. To be honest, I think the only time I had to talk to them, I didn't understand this little card that they get. Well, you have to that they send to you. you know, that you have to, which is a great security deal. Other than that, I still use the card every day. Yeah, I didn't think there was a way around it, to be honest. But I think it's a great security. Listen, with all that's going on, I don't mind. So it takes me an extra, 5 seconds. No, I don't have NIO anymore. No, it's to log in every day. The card every day is a little plasticized card. Just don't lose it. And when you log in, it asks you for a couple of combination of numbers and letters, and you just type them in, and yeah, it takes what, 5 seconds, and then you're in. Is that the old way? Oh well, I'm still on the old way then. I don't care. I don't know if there's maybe there is a new way. Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. I'm surprised they've not contacted me to tell me that that's well. But again, it's got to take out Fred. This is going to take out that 200-day moving average. I have a cell phone. You guys. Oh, I'm watching all the time, KD. I'm watching all the time. Don't kid yourself. Like I'm not watching, but I'm not in so many trades at the same time. Flatten will just take you out of the trade. So if I flatten, now I'm out of the trade. Okay. I always got to watch. I mean, yeah, flat will take you out. I mean, you want to do a limp. I mean, I'm in the simulator, so I don't really care. And I looked at the when I flatten that trade, most of the time, most of the time, especially later on in the day, spreads are okay. So going in at market is not a big deal. But yeah, I mean, if I really, really wanted to, I could go limit out. Wow, SPAQ is now is a high now for the day. I mean, it's wild and woolly. Okay, so that is a bust. Okay, so that was just a quick one. I didn't take this one. I was really, really wanting to take this one around 328, 327, but then it did this, so that is a bust. This one is still working okay. I'm just waiting to see if we can get some big, big pop. I mean, it's got room. EVH has got room. SPAC I did not take because it was just, too much of a chase mode. I don't really have a target. I mean, I have an idea where obviously where it could stall. I don't think it's going to get there, but I mean, the next high look. I mean, there's no way it's going to get to 1130. But I mean, when you look left on that, come on, baby. So a couple of things to look at. So looking left on a weekly chart, you see 1137. The same thing on the monthly. It's even more, but well, most of the things I'm in are under $20. So there's usually, if it pops at all, usually it's a pretty good percentage. But I'm not looking, it's more of a feel. I'm not looking for a certain percentage. To be honest, I should have taken some of the EVH out. I got a little distracted. I should have taken some out at 10:30 or 10:29. To be honest. So I may have blown this one because, I mean, there's a big topping tail. I have to see if this can continue at all. Well, I'm patterned too. Don't get me wrong, man. I don't just chase these things, I don't chase them just because I get an alert. And if it's, like I said before on the SPAC, no way I was going to take this trade. No way. I mean, look what it was doing. I mean, in retrospect, sure, it would have been awesome, but I would not have taken that trade. Fred, I just want to see it take out that 200-day moving average, 431 for ENOB. Yeah, right. You guys hear me talking to myself? Yeah, I mean, look at SPAQ. I mean, it's awesome now, but it just didn't fit how I wanted to. I didn't want to chase it. You see, I blew this trade. I mean, we'll see if it can pop again. But I mean, I absolutely should have been out some up at around 1029. Not that it would have been incredible, but from 1012 to 1029 with a fairly tight stop. I mean, it's about the RR obviously again reward to risk. All right, guys, I'm out of it. With a 2 cent loss. I might get back in. We'll see what happens. I don't like this candle, of course, but we'll see what happens if it gets back over 1021. Now let's see if we get any other late bloomers. Yeah, I agree, Fred. It's just got to take out that 200-day moving average, 431. Volume isn't great today, but I have my alert set for ENOB. There's a late AI alert. We don't typically get them this late, but we'll see what happens. I just don't see a lot of room for it, but we'll see. Okay, guys, IBIO now. See how well it holds for. Decent volume came in. Look at the 15-minute chart right there. Still has 4 minutes to go. So, the volume is better than the last 4. But let's see if it gets over 4 again. I'm going to stick an alert at 403. I mean, it has some room. See the volume coming in? Look at the volume coming in on that 5-minute candle. That has 4 minutes. It still has 4 minutes too for this 5-minute candle. So this could be the biggest candle of the day on the 5-minute. It could end up being the biggest candle on the 15 because it still has 4 minutes also. there's a game, of course, being played right at that hole number 4. Still hanging around 4. Still hanging around 4. Come on. Look at the volume, though. I mean, look at the volume, guys. I mean, this is not out of nowhere. I mean, it was an active stock, of course, but look at the volume coming in. Look at that volume right there, the volume right here. Can it sustain the price and really pop it? Well, so games being played right at 4. Okay, so Old Traders San, I can answer all your questions. There are no additional data fees. No, we're using our real-time data, so the subscription includes all the data. It's all real-time. Okay. Now we get our data starting at 7 in the morning Eastern time, and we run to 7 at night Eastern time. Okay. So it's not 24 hours. I mean, the market's not open 24 hours. Okay. Does that answer your questions? So I mean, every time there's an alert in one of these windows, it's a real-time alert. So at 2:28, the price was 408. That was a real-time, based on the filters that I've got here, that's a real-time alert. But of course I use trade ideas over the weekend, because I'm looking for, I'm scanning, constantly scan. Well, I scan every night, of course. That's how I set up my watch list, and I scan on the weekends. So even though the market's not open, but you can still look at charts after charts after charts. Yeah, I use a top list. Just use your top list and all right, MBIO. I've been waiting for this one for a bit here. Right that break there, MBIO. Yeah, so when you're, just a minute. Give me a second here. I'm looking to maybe get into the MBIO. It's a great break. It's a great break right there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yes, we use the close of normal market hours, okay? So if a stock closed at $10, but after hours it ran to 12, we're still using 10 as the it's normal hour, call it normal hours close. So that tomorrow though, if you were looking at our in our pre-market, we have our pre-market scanner. So it would show that it had gapped up. If it was still, say it was $11 in the pre-market with the close at 10 yesterday, then it will show as a gap up. You can also, of course, do change from the open as opposed to change from the close. Guys, I'm just really waiting on this MBio. I mean, if it really takes this out, I mean, there is the resistance right there, right around 359-ish. It's right there. It tried. I'd like to see another big volume. Okay, 165. Boy, lots of stuff happening. Again, look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume coming in here. Well, I'm just going to have patience. I'm not going to take it yet. I'm going to wait for another pop. I'd love to see some volume at 3 o'clock. Who are the folks, Zach? Which folks are you speaking of? No, that was a big drop for EVH. Well, MBio, guys, that's all I'm waiting on right now, just to see if it doesn't look like it wants to yet anyway. Yeah, it could be Robin Hood. Yeah, VCNX. Somebody mentioned. Yeah, look at VCNX coming off this area right there. I mean, it's hit 975 pre-market. This is what I was kind of talking about. The only problem is that for it to trigger in here, it has to take out the high. But this is what I'm talking about. See how this kind of rested for a long period of the day. I mean, it was choppy a little bit, and then all of a sudden, traders get interested in it again. Yeah, too bad. I mean, the auto looks interesting. I mean, there's volume coming in, lots of volume for the day, low float, but just look at the weekly chart. Looks like there's a lot of potential resistance around 2, so it's too close, in my opinion. So this got halted. MCC got halted. I didn't even see this. Look at the volume coming in. MCC got halted. Can this possibly take out $1? You can see, man, if it can ever take out $1, look at the run. ATOS is on the move here. ATOS, a little bit of a move here. Some volume coming in. This should trigger here, actually. It's got the right relative volume, certainly the amount, the number of shares it's trading, and it looks like, just trying to see where the high of the day was. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Here's a volume coming in. I don't know why it's not triggering in here, to be honest. I'm trying to see where the highs were, and I don't see. I think, is this not the high for the day for ATOS? Not including the pre-market, of course. $455, really? My eyes are just obviously not. $9.15, $4.39, $4.37, unless our $4.42, $4.48. No, okay. Yes, I do see the high. I'm talking about previous. I know the high now is 455, but previous to it, because I would have thought it would show up here. No, I know the high now is, it's, but you understand what I'm trying to say? I thought it should trigger in here. Yeah, 448. Yeah, that's what Thomas is saying. 448 was the 448 was the high until these highs, right? And the relative volume is fine, unless that, no. Well, let's just see. I'm going to stick an alert up here. I just don't see that it was 455 at any time before this candle. Yeah, it opened here and yeah. Anyway, I'm just don't know why it didn't trigger it here. Yeah. Okay, we're talking. Yeah, I know there's the high. I get that. That's the high, but before 241, I don't. I just think that it should have triggered in here. At I don't know, 245, 246 in this window here. Ah, you're so smart. Of course, that's exactly the reason. Of course, I forgot about the count. And the reason why is that, it didn't do anything. Look at this. It flattened out most of the day. It wasn't running. All right. Mystery solved. Thank you, the dreamer, as always. Forgot about the count filter. No, yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, I have a count filter in there. So this is not made, even, it has not even made 30 new highs for the day. And that you can see right there. Why would it if it's just been hanging around this area all day? Okay, you're right. IBIO is back up after, boy, pretty big drop there. What was the original alert? 399. Yeah, I just think this monthly chart is a little too choppy, maybe. It's not clean. It looks like there could be a lot of resistance right around there. Not that far away. And in bio, well, forget about it. For now, anyway. No, I still might take this one. I mean, I know the count is not exactly, but the volume, it's a volume, of course, that might just propel it. The high in the pre-market was over 5, so let's just see. I mean, if it takes maybe 452 or so, I might take this trade. Last trade of the week. Hey, listen, I may be wrong about I'm looking at this potential resistance right around here for IBIO. Um, I don't think so anymore. I used to be able to create one, but I think they removed it. The reason being is that it probably is not relevant. But let me just see if the if it's still around. And even if it is still around, I'm not 100% sure you can use it in the top list window. You can try. Let me just check the data point. I think it's pretty simple. I think it's probably just a bracketed count, but let's see. I think it might have been removed. Yeah, I don't. Oh, it is right at the bottom there. Well, you can try. I mean, the formula is this. You can see. You can try adding it, creating a custom formula. I mean, that's it. I think I tried a while back to add it in the top list, even, and I don't think it. I don't think when you do a search. In fact, let me just see for fun. I may have. No, I didn't add it. I think I tried to do it once, and it won't. It just won't take it in a top list window or a single stock window. Because when you do a search, you can create that, and you can do a search in an alert window. You'll see it. You too, Thomas. But if you do a search in a top list window, you just won't see it. And you know that, I mean, if I do a search on count right here, I'm not going to see it. So you may be able to spoof it if you do create a custom formula, but I'm not sure. Haha. I know. Everybody said a top list window. You don't even need unit. You don't need to fill anything else. Those are just optional, really. Funny, you're sort of seeing the power of the count filter though, with the ATOS. So even though the stock is up 12% and there's tons of volume and all that, but the momentum is somewhat suspect. Wow. Well, in the news, I mean, they've got some kind of a deal going with Cargo, or Car Guru, sorry, Car Guru. That was the news this morning. Only up 200%. What a move! I didn't even realize this. You guys were talking about it. Had no idea it went from 20 to 32. Huh. All right, well, Atos is a no-go, as I can see it right here. Wow, look at this. So that's interesting, you know. We have the count filter, and that counts for a lot of momentum, and this really had no momentum, even though we had some volume coming in, just no momentum. Meanwhile, Psalm is still kind of interesting. So yeah, tech is up, Dow is down, SPY is up. I didn't think so. Yeah, I think I tried. Used to be able to do it with the spread filter also. Not that I think in a top list it makes any sense to have one, but you used to be able to do it with the spread filter, create the custom formula. But I don't think you can do that anymore either. Whoa, I'm too late. Doggone it. Look at this one. 310. 310. And look at the pop for HOTH. Sorry if I scared anybody. I was just going to get into it. And there's the count at 30, and and it's right up to 60 now. Wow. Ugh. That's too bad. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I looked at it 310, and I was just going to put, because I said, oh, great, just over 3. And look at the volume coming in. You too, Jack. Have a great weekend yourself. Yeah, Kim, glad to hear. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Not that I can see. I don't see any news. I mean, I'm sure there could be, but I mean, that's a big, big move. Solomon is also. I guess I should have taken this one. This, decent, for 166, 184, and who knows where. Yeah, we're not in these for earnings, that's for sure. Gene is halted until at least Monday, I guess. It's an Australian stock, so they halted. Well, I don't know they, but I mean, in conjunction with the SEC, I suppose they halted it, wanting to know, hey, okay, guys. Well, I don't know why they pick on this one, but how come? Why so much activity that day? Announce a COVID. I'm sure they do. Yeah, but that's back in July. Unless there's something new. What? Yeah, that's old news, though. It looks like that's old. Oh, maybe the COVID vaccine. I mean, this. Okay. I don't see that news. What I see here. Initiates animal testing. Voltron initiates animal testing here to fight against this, but that's on the 8th. I don't see anything new. Well, guys, oh wow, it's 3 o'clock already. Okay, I think I'll. Is there any other questions? I will shut it down for the week, of course. So thanks a lot for all the help all week long. Thank you for the civility, as always, in the room. Makes my job a lot easier. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we will see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock when I open the room. Okay? That's Eastern time, of course.